Show. My name is Alex. I'm from Thrive on a Bike. We have Sakara here on the camera. Come with me and let's show you around the care show. So Sakara, you might have to keep up with me. Oh, we might have to get our things scanned again. Oh, thank you very much. Come on in. So starting, we've got this amazing map, illustrated map. This is us. Meet the speaker studio. We also have some photography as well. I wish this is what our stand looked like. I would love to be on the beach right now, but we're not. So don't expect palm trees because we don't have any. And then we have the photo booth later on this afternoon and all day tomorrow. So do come over and get some free headshots. So if you follow me, let's go down here. It's all a bit busy, to be honest. Seen loads of people come in, so hopefully it'll be a nice busy day. But we have all sorts of stands. I'm going to take you over to our stand where you'll see the rest of the team. Oh, washing machine, lovely. Oh, it lights up, nice. Okay, let's carry on going. To be honest, I'm a bit lost. Let's go down here. Oh, taxi. Gosh. Today we're going to do a freebie review, so we're going to go round, try and get as many freebies as we can, and then do a little review on them. And we're also going to do a food review because we all love food in our office. So we're going to try and get as many sweets, as many chocolates as we can, and review them in tiers. So no offence if you got a bad sweet, but we're going to rank you. So let's go. Let's try and get to our stand. Not going to lie, I can't quite remember how to get to it. Oh, so sorry. Oh, it all looks the same to me, to be honest. Let's go down here. I'm not going to lie. In places like this, I get lost. Me and Sakara took about 15 minutes trying to find the entrance. We kept heading to the toilets. Hello. Oh, here we go. So this is our Meet the Speaker stand. We've got York here presenting. We've got Ben and we've got Chris or Harper, call him either. So this is where we're doing the Meet the Speaker interviews. So they'll all sit here, have an interview with York, chat about all sorts. Do you want to let us know what you're going to be chatting about?
We're going to chat about all sorts of things, yeah. So just lots about positive stories in the care sector. Really what I'm looking for from people is like anything that you can, any piece of advice you can give to someone that would be like really useful that they can use in their day-to-day life in care. So stuff like that, yeah, meeting all the speakers.
Nice, we've got a form as well, so if anyone does want to come over, have an interview with York, just pop over and we'll do a little form for you. It's all quite nice actually, very nice grass area to be honest. Harper's on the technical bits and bobs over here doing technical bits. We also have our photography stand as well. This is going to be manned a little bit later on when our other team member arrives. So here you can get a free headshot. It'll be sent to you pretty much straight away, I believe. So you'll stand over here. I mean, Jack isn't here yet, but you get the gist. You'll sit on here, have your photo taken, and Jack will just send it to you pretty much straight away. So yeah, this will be opening roughly, I want to say in the afternoon, so hopefully that should be good. We also do have some chocolates, so I could say help yourself, but we don't want to run out. But I'm not going to lie, I feel like these will be in the top tier of the food review, but maybe that's me being biased. But we'll have to find out and see if anyone's got better things going on. So yeah, this is pretty much our stand. Should we have a little wander? Should we go and have a little look? See you later, guys. Have fun. Bye. Okay. Oh, there's a talk going on at the moment. Home care theatre. There's a lot of theatres around. So you've got that one there. You've got the technology theatre over there. Oh, the cafe, the most important place. And you've got the business theatre. Oh, what's that? I can't read that. Let's go and have a look. Oh, there's a stand. People, workforce and wellbeing theatre. So what we normally do, we normally suss out which one we like to go to and we all go to a different talk, just because it's a little bit interesting as well. So yes. Should we try and talk to somebody? I'm thinking let's go and try and talk to somebody. Let's go down here and let's see if we can get someone we can talk to. We've seen a few familiar faces already. Oh, what's this? Speakers Lounge. Hello. Can I have a little chat with you? Is that okay? We're doing a live stream at the moment. So we are live. So could you just tell me a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your company?
Yeah, of course. So we're called Connect. So we work with care providers to help increase their occupancy within the care homes. So everything's tailored to each individual service that we do provide. So that's by phone, email, live chat inquiries. So yeah, we then capture all the details from each individual inquirer, and then that's all then put onto a system, and then that's shared with the care homes, and everything's all there for them. So yeah.
Amazing. What do you want to try and get out of this event? What are you most looking forward to?
So we're most looking forward to working with other care providers. Of course, that's our big aim, is to capture as many sort of people on, the scanners and things. But yeah, just sort of connect really with different people and different care providers really. So
yeah, I feel like that's what's really good about events like this. You get to connect with so many people. But I love your stand. I love the colours.
Thank you.
Please, may I take one of your Lindors? Is that okay? We're basically doing a freebie review, and we're reviewing the food as well. So we're going to go around. I'm not eating it yet. We're going to go around, collect a few bits, and then review them at the end of the day. But we'll probably see you a bit later. Thank you for chatting. Have a nice day. Ooh, I'll pop that in my pocket. It might melt though. That's the only issue. Right. Okay. Let's go down here. Should we talk to these people? Hello, we're currently doing a live stream. Would anyone be up to having a quick chat with us? Just a little 5 seconds, to be honest. You look fantastic. So, could you tell me a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your company?
Absolutely. So I'm the Customer Success Advisor. We're here with Pearly, so we're showing Pearly.com and Pearly Pro. So we're showing live availability for registered providers. So unlike directories, you'll be able to area offer their services. So within 5 clicks, you can send a care request within minutes and have it accepted on the other end, which is a game changer for us. Your web
Amazing. And what are you looking forward to most out of this event?
I think it's just the interactions, meeting other people in the industry as well, seeing what's new, because we're fairly new, but we're making quite an impact in a short period of time. And then seeing all the other advances in technology, which is great for the care industry. So care crisis all over the world is going to make a massive difference. So yeah, it's just exciting to be here really and meet people, and being on on a live stream. That's new.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you so much. We'll probably come round a little bit later anyway, come see you again. But have a lovely day and speak soon. Perfect. So I believe York is ready to go with his first interview. Are we ready to head back to the studio? Perfect. See you in a moment then.
Hello, welcome to the Meet the Speaker studio. I'm here today with our first guest of the day, Lucy. So, hi Lucy, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Good, perfect. So I'm assuming this is our first interview from here. I'm assuming it sounds okay and everything's working fine and all the technical stuff is going and we're happy and we can hear Lucy okay?
Hopefully.
Yeah, happy, Chris? Yeah, we have a nod from behind the desk, so everything is fine. So Lucy, you're here at the Care Show today. Why are you here? What are you speaking about today?
Oh, I'm on a few panels and I'm also speaking tomorrow about what keeps people awake at night. So it's a different session. I'm not really presenting. I'm giving a space where people can bring along their problems and I'm going to help them find the solutions, because I believe that we have the resources as people to be able to find the solutions to our problems. So that's what we're going to do, a bit of a different session.
Lovely, okay. So should we talk, rather than talking about problems then, should we talk about some solutions then? What's a typical solution you give to someone for a typical problem they come to you with?
Start with you.
Yeah.
Because if we as people or as leaders aren't in a good place, then the people that we work with or that follow us or follow our lead, they won't be. So control you and you'll influence other people or other things, other situations, whether that be team members, whether that be external professionals, whether that be relatives or family, or even the people you care for. If you control you, your thoughts, your feelings, your wants and needs, then you'll influence others.
Yeah, I always think that's a really important learning piece for people, isn't it? Where as they start to step through the sort of traditional levels within any kind of organisation, that suddenly it becomes less about you and more about like kind of
people around you, so you've got to look inside and say, right,
Yeah, absolutely.
why do I react the way I react to that thing? What's triggering me in there that makes me annoyed or upset? How do I look at how I feel about a situation to make sure that I'm reacting in the way that's going to bring the best outcome for everybody here?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's key. It's interesting you say react. And I think that's what people do a lot. And I think it's important that if people work on themselves, they can learn to respond and respond from a place of not being stressed, not feeling sad, not feeling fearful. So say, for example, the inspector calls and people are immediately fearful. Well, what actually if you came from a place of being excited because you want to show how fabulous you are and you want to demonstrate the really good stuff that you do? Because if you're fearful, the people you care for will pick up on it, their behaviour will then change, and then you will respond differently to them and your result might not be so good.
Yeah, most people are no good at hiding the emotion they're feeling in the moment, and I think especially as someone who's leading people, you need to be able to temper that. And I think it's that idea of, it's not just about shoving it down, is it? It's about actually dealing with that yourself and saying, okay, how do I get to a position where X happens and I don't react like this because I've worked out that context in between. I was saying, I think context is really important in people's lives, so understanding what's going on in people's lives, so you can understand, well, maybe this person's reacting like this because of this thing that they've got going on. So I think
absolutely. And I mean, for me, fundamentally, I don't believe people are their behaviours. There's a reason for why people do what they do. You might have to dig around a bit to find it. And it's about being able to, what I would say, be at cause. So you take responsibility for where you're at, the situation, and then you can decide which way that you're going to move forward, rather than being at effect of something. So if somebody spills milk, rather than you getting upset that there's no milk, you say, well, how do I find more milk?
Yeah.
Who's going to clean the milk up?
Yeah.
And it's a way of being able to go, okay, this is what I feel, but how do I need to manage my emotions rather than dismissing them, working through them, and then being able to do what I need to do based on a centred place rather than an emotion-driven place.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think, especially when you've got young children and the milk gets spilt, most people, there is that instant reaction, isn't there? And saying, okay, that reaction is completely disproportionate to what happens. And probably when you think about that, you recognise that that is the case, but that still happens. So how do you just need to walk away for 10 seconds and come back, so you can just chew through that in your own head before you snap at your child for spilling the milk, because they spill the milk, right?
Absolutely. Things happen, you just get them up out the cupboard. And I think it's really important to understand the implications. So on that scenario, you shout at the child, the implications for the child being shouted at are far greater than any damage that the milk could have caused. Things sort. And in a sector where we need to take responsibility for where we're at and just understand that we can learn when things go wrong and go, actually, do you know what, it went wrong, but this is what we're going to do instead. That's important. And it's important then, it'll help you not to blame. Because blame doesn't achieve anything. It doesn't create a place where you can change from, and it doesn't create any kind of responsibility. And we all know we need to be responsible, and we are held accountable for things that happen.
Talking about the inspector then, so the inspector calls, and there is, I think the CQC are here today, or they might be, I can't remember, I've not seen their stand, they normally do come to these events. Often you do discover that a CQC inspector is actually a human being. So how would you help someone work through that idea that there's a fear behind? I remember very clearly with my wife, and she at the nursery, and she was terrified of all sorts of stomach itch, oh my god, not be terrified of it. But ultimately, that's not a good place to be when they arrive. So how do you help someone work through something like that? What advice would you give to a manager who knows it's imminent? How would you do it? Do you put a nice picture of a CQC inspector up on the wall and
no.
I love you? Give it.
Well, there's lots of things that people can do, really simple things. I think, first of all, you need to prepare. You need to know what you need to know. So you need to know the system. You need to know your regulations. You need to know what you're doing, what's good about your service and what is not so good about your service. You need to know where the warts are and what you're doing about that. So there's that practical element of the day-to-day business side of things. But there's also the element of you again as a person. So if you know you are fearful of the inspector, you have to ask yourself, why? Why am I fearful of another human being that just has a different job title? And I would suggest that as an individual, you need to work out what that is and to deal with it. If we go through a lot of events in our lives, or we go through things in our life that are fearful, or we feel fear, if we don't process the emotion or give ourselves time to feel the emotion, we will just store it, our brains store it. And then when we have the next moment where we feel fear, it's incredibly big and out of proportion. And I don't need to be fearful of a CQC inspector or, you know, another inspector. It's about understanding that they're coming to do a job, but that fear is about, it's in me, I need to work out why. Was it because teachers weren't nice to me at school? Was it because, or is it because I've been told by my employer, if you don't get a good rating, you'll lose your job?
Yeah.
So it's about understanding where that comes from and to deal with it and to work through that fear, because it's not nice to live with fear.
And that might be a practical reality for many managers who think, right, okay, my job is on the line here if I don't get this right. But I suppose putting yourself in a constant state of fear, you're not going to be working to the best of your ability, are you? You're stretching yourself. Yeah?
And that reality, living in a fear reality, all you will be doing is looking at things from a point of fear and it going wrong. You won't then encourage or empower people to explore their own abilities and strengths. And fundamentally, it'll affect your own health, your physical and your mental well-being, and it won't achieve anything. So if you are fearful about something, then find out why. It's the same as if you're sad about something. If you're angry, ask yourself why, find out why, and then deal with it. You might be able to deal with it on your own. You might not. It might be that it's something simple that you just need to learn a process or routine for when the inspector comes and that they're at the door, that you take them, put them in a room, arrange for them to have tea and coffee, and you go and sit in your office and have 5 minutes out.
Have the first 10 minutes planned out in your head, because you do have some control over how that person comes in. And you know, I own a coffee shop and we've got a food hygiene inspection coming up soon, and it doesn't touch what, you know, the impact of what a business has in terms of in the care sector. But just preparing the team, so be nice to them, make them a coffee. Like that first impression is really important about how warm it feels. And I think, you know, and maybe that manager, for example, could go and speak to the owner and say, look, you know, I'm really stressed out about this. If I don't get it, what happens? Because you might be imagining that manager would let you go if you get a required improvement, but they might not. They might not be thinking in that term. So it might be worth clarifying with the powers that be to check.
And if you are living in this fear kind of reality, your brain will be telling you stuff that isn't true. Yeah. So it's important to check stuff out. This morning I was stuck on the traffic on the motorway and I was thinking, I'm going to be late, I'm going to be late, I'm going to be late. But I said to myself, oh well, if I'm late, it doesn't matter. I need to get here, and that's what matters. And it's about being able to alter the way that you see things, the way you perceive things, and the way that you talk to yourself about things, so that your reality changes.
Yeah. Seems like such a simple thing, doesn't it? Negative self-talk, and that we all do it. And when you actually say to people, this really does make a difference to how you think. If you say in your own head, this is bad, I'm a failure, I failed at this, it makes it worse, right? It does,
No, absolutely. You know, you could say it's something like a mirror principle, kind of what you put out there, you'll get back. So the more I look of lack, the more I find lack. Yeah. The more I say to myself, somebody said to me the other day, I feel sick in the morning, and the more I concentrate on not feeling sick, the more I feel sick. So because you're concentrating on feeling sick. So when you concentrate on something completely removed and different, you just won't notice you feel sick.
Every morning I look in the mirror and I say, I am strong, I am beautiful.
And you see, the thing is, see, the thing is, York, is that for you, we know this is true. So standing in front of a mirror and saying an affirmation, your brain will get that. But you can stand in front of the mirror and say, I'm strong, I am beautiful, I am York. But if you don't believe that, it means nothing. Because if inside you're going, actually, that's not true, then you're lying to yourself. So it's important that, yes, you stand there and go, actually, I'm good.
Yeah, it really just reminded me of that scene from Cool Runnings.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that film?
Do you know what I am? But my brain and remembering things.
So there's that scene where there's the character in it who isn't confident, and his dad doesn't want him to be on the team. And there's a moment where he's looking in the mirror and his friend is hyping him up, and you can see the moment in which he changes in his own head, saying the affirmation and believing the affirmation, and that, that powerful moment. So I don't know why it reminded me of Cool Runnings and all the things that would pop into your brain, a 90s movie. There you go.
Yeah, but you see, I guess it's that's the point, isn't it? Is your brain is always listening, and your brain will give you the information that you need, and it's just giving you a really good example that people will be able to relate to because they understand the film, they'll have seen the film, so they'll be able to go, oh, okay, I get it now.
Lovely.
Interesting.
Anything else you'd like to tell us about today?
Well, it would appear to be a bigger show, so I'm interested to find out who's new and to go and meet friends and meet colleagues. And I just think it'd be great it's great that people can come out. I know there's people coming here that have never been to the show before, which I think is lovely. I'm just excited to see what the next 2 days have got in store.
Perfect. Thank you for coming, Lucy.
You're welcome.
Pleasure to see you. So thanks very much, Lucy there. We will head back out to Alex, who's live from around the show.
Hello. So we are back. Hope you enjoyed that interview with York. So we've got a couple of people that we're going to go and speak to. So if you want to come follow me, Sakara, we've got the guys over here at Levy. Hello. So, as I mentioned, we're doing a live stream, so I've just got a few questions. So could you tell me a little bit about yourself and your company?
So, I'm Lloyd Bonson. I'm the product manager for LEVC, the London Electric Vehicle Company. We are the producers of the famous London Black Cab, and we've been selling vehicles since 1908. So we've got a long history of tradition in the vehicle market, and what we've done now is we've taken our iconic electric-powered TX vehicle and we've specialised it more towards patient transfer and care home use. So we've added some additional features that make it more car-like rather than like a taxi, so carpeted interior. We've got rid of the dividing screen, we've upgraded some of the stereo systems, but we've also got one of the features that is included is hearing aid loops, so people that are hearing impaired can still have conversations with the driver. It's got an integrated wheelchair ramp. In fact, it's one of the only vehicles on the market that does have that. We're the only people that designed the vehicle from the ground up to be wheelchair accessible. So it's quite a unique proposition, and we're really excited to be here over the next 2 days to get some feedback from care home providers.
That's absolutely amazing. So what are you've kind of said that you're looking forward to hearing feedback. What else are you looking forward to, and what do you want to try and get out as much from the event?
Well, one of the things that we're really interested in, we're right opposite the technology theatre, of course being a high technology product that we have. So actually understanding what's happening in the whole technology space within care providers, seeing what else is happening, and then looking to see, well, what information can we take from that to develop our product further going forward for new vehicles that are coming in the future. So that for me is a really exciting element. We've got just the right spot for that.
Yeah, definitely. And I've got two questions, which are more of a fun questions.
Okay.
So we are trying to find out where everyone has come from today, see where the furthest point is. So where did you guys come from?
So our factory is in Coventry, so we're not that far away. Personally, I've come from Hemel Hempstead in Hertfordshire, so but I'm probably not the furthest away, but speaking to other people.
Nice. We're from about High Wycombe, so similar kind of area. And my final question is, so our name is Five on a Bike. Everyone asks, where has that name come from? Why are you called Five on a Bike? But we're going to tell everyone at the end of the 2 days. But I would like to know from you, why do you think we're called Five on a Bike?
Is it because you guys came up with a name when you were on one of these pub bikes, going around London on a Saturday afternoon? It was someone's birthday party. It was like, yeah, this is a great idea. There's 5 of us. We're on the bike. We're on the lash.
I mean,
is that kind of the general idea?
I mean, not really, but kind of. It was a good idea. Partly. But also, you've got the taxi here. Would you be able to show us around?
Absolutely. More than happy. So, really, the important bit is this is a vehicle that's designed for the passenger. And as I said, it's the only vehicle on the or one of the only vehicles on the market that's designed with a wheelchair ramp as standard, and it's all designed around wheelchair accessibility. We've got a large opening, the door opens wide, and as you can see, the wheelchair goes in nicely. You can go in and have a look, and there's still plenty of space there, even with a wheelchair, for at least 2, maybe 3 passengers as well. And from the driver's point of view, it's a really good commanding view, sit quite high up, loads of glass, loads of open space, and with all of the features that you get in a modern luxury car, heated windscreens, heated seats, high-spec infotainment system, satellite navigation, panoramic roof. It's just a really, really good vehicle for patient transfer, care homes for transporting residents, and for care providers for transporting their clients about. So we're really excited to be here this week, and really excited to speak to people about their needs for moving clients and patients about.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, and thank you for showing us around the taxi. I think we're going to head off now, but we'll probably see you a bit later. Perfect, thank you. I think York is ready for another interview, so we will just head over back to the studio.
Where do I just do that?
Hi, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. I'm here with Debbie. Hi, Debbie.
Hello, honey.
Yeah, you can just look at me and we'll talk together and have a lovely little chat. So, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do, Debbie?
My name's Debbie Harris. I'm the founder and managing director of Autumnal. We're an online directory of every registered care provider in the UK. So that's care homes, home care, living care, retirement living, and we also run a 7-day-a-week advice line for care seekers.
Lovely. So, do you want to tell us why you're here today, what you're talking about today at the care show?
Well, who can stay away from the care show? Come on, York. I mean, goodness me. I just like seeing everybody. I like seeing what's going on. I like getting the mood of the sector. And let's face it, you know, we've had a few tough years. So it's just really nice to touch base with people and talk and connect, really.
Yeah.
It's all about the connection.
Definitely. And I think it's one of those things, we've sort of moved through a couple of big sort of crises in the care sector, and then we're moving into a new zone. It sort of feels like maybe now's the time to sort of start building rather than protecting. I don't know about you.
I totally agree with that. There's an excitement. There's something going on where I know we're coming up to winter and all the rest of it, and COVID's on the rise again and everything, but, trying to put that to one side, there's definitely an excitement in the sector. And I feel that there is a digitisation conversation going on in the sector as well, which I think has to be the future for social care. We have got to grasp this with both hands and be in the vanguard of making those changes.
It's difficult because I suppose as a sector, everything's always on fire, right? And it's not like that we're the fire brigade where you spend most of your time practicing for things to be on fire, and then you go and you put the fire out. Everything is always on fire. There's always emergencies. There's always, we are working with people who are, in a lot of cases very poorly and need care, and stuff happens out of the blue all the time. So I guess it can be especially for people who work in homes, can really be a nice spot to come to give them a chance just to kind of just decompress,
I think is the
word. Find out some new information, and then try to find that time and space for kind of new innovations, to try things out. Digitising a care home is a big, complicated job, right?
It is, but if you think about it, I'm in awe. of people who run care homes, and I genuinely mean that. Not only are you looking after your residents, have you got the whole care thing, you've got the relationship with relatives, you've got the relationship with your staff, you've got to attract your staff, so you've got the big staff issue, but you're running a hotel as well, and you've got to market all of that.
Yeah.
I mean, and you've got to adhere to the regulations. I mean, my God, what a job! Who would want that job other than our brilliant care managers?
And
amazing.
So you're talking today. What are you talking about? What's your subject?
Well, I'm on the. I don't even know what the stage is called, but it's the environment, the built environment sort of thing. I think so. It's about the interior of a care home, which I think is really important, because what we have found is that well over 90% of the decision-making process by somebody who is self-funding their care is taking place online. So what you present online is hugely important. So you need to have great imagery, you need to have great videos, and I don't mean professionally shot or anything. Use your phone. They're fine, but just make it look good, make it look nice, and that's what we're going to be talking about.
Yeah.
It's about that online representation of what you're doing, and the really simple things. Take a photo of the outside of the care home when the sky is blue, rather than in the middle of a thunderstorm. It just, looks more welcoming.
Sometimes it doesn't seem that obvious to people, does it, really? But we really found this, that and COVID accelerated this massively, that before COVID, people would visit a few homes, they'd really have a bit more of a look around, whereas now they'll choose to visit one, maybe two, if you're lucky. If they're even given that choice. A lot of the time people aren't necessarily even given a choice. Even if they are given a choice between two local authority homes or local authority rental homes, they're still going to look online at your reputation.
Definitely.
Even if their neighbour says this care home's great, they will still go and look online. So it is really important to make sure, if you've got a shop, you would want to make sure the outside of your shop look nice. This is basically now your shop. Yeah. So your online is the shop. Yeah.
Give me anything in any sector where somebody is not considering their online presence and marketing their online presence. There isn't any sector, any business sector, because let's face it, the one thing I missed out when we were talking about everything a care home manager has to do is they're also running a business.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite awe-inspiring, isn't it? But you're right, you've got to present yourself well, particularly if you're looking for the self-funding clients.
Yeah.
Very particularly, because they're becoming more discerning, without question.
I think ultimately the demand is there in the market,
Definitely.
so it's not like you have to spend loads of time cold calling people to get them and do all this sort of...
No,
you just need to make sure when they look, it looks good. It looks good. Fundamentally, if your home is not good and you make it look good, they will realise at some point through the process. So you've got to have a good home.
It's got to be real.
It's got to be real. You
It's
can't
gotta be
lie
real.
in marketing.
Because otherwise you're misrepresenting yourself online. They come in and they're disappointed. Represent yourself accurately. And one of the things we have found over the years and years we've been doing this is that, some people love the hotel type care home, the 5-star care homes. Absolutely on the nail for some people. But there is a significant percentage of people for whom that is not what they're looking for.
Definitely.
So don't try and be something you're not. Be who you really are, and show you. I say this to care providers all the time. Show your personality. They want to know who you are, because what really matters, and we hear this every single day. Why did you choose that care home? Oh, because Sarah was so lovely when she showed us around. It's all about the people and your personality.
I think a really good way of thinking about it is know, like, trust. So they've got to know you exist. They probably get told by their neighbour, by a friend. Then they've got to like you, and then they've got to trust you. And having good digital marketing, good online presence, then combined with that lovely show around, really builds that trust. And ultimately people are making what is potentially a huge purchase, one of the biggest ones that they've made in their entire life, and full of emotion, right? So most of the time, people aren't necessarily approaching the care sector with a huge amount of positivity. They are in a situation which needs a resolution. They don't want to be there. A lot of the time, actually, if they did approach it 6 months before that and went in positively, they probably would have had a better life experience overall. But that's a different thing that we've got to solve with the sort of consumer side of it. But yeah, I think getting people to know, like, and trust you is really key. So any sort of advice that you can give to someone today? I mean, we talked about a few things, nice photos. Any advice you want to give to someone that are working in a care home that they can implement today? Do you know what? I feel that I'm a collaborator. That's what I do. I think I want to work with everybody, and I think the first step to doing that is by talking to people and showing them who you really are. So my pearl of wisdom today is talk to somebody you haven't spoken to in the care home before, whether it's a staff member, whether it's a resident, whether it's a relative. Talk to somebody and be kind. Be kind,
see where it goes.
Be open.
Be you.
Be you. Lovely. Thank you so much for coming in today, Debbie. We are now going to go to a pre-recorded interview with Zoe Fry from the Outstanding Society.
Give us a little bit of an overview of your background and experience in the care sector.
Sure. So my name's Zoe Fry. I'm a director of the Outstanding Society now, but I actually started working in social care at the age of 13 and decided I wanted to be a matron in a care home. So I went on to do my nurse training, qualified to be a nurse, and I remained in the hospital for a few years, still working agency in care homes. I very quickly worked my way up the ladder to become a matron, a ward sister. I then became a general manager, where I actually learnt my business skills as well as a nurse. My grandparents went into a nursing home and the care was absolutely horrendous. And when they passed away, my parents actually said, if we invested, could you not do any better and run a nursing home? And I like a bit of a challenge. And so that's what I did. And I purchased Valerie Manor. It was like a dream come true for me. It was a 15-bedded residential home at the time. We had an extension built. We turned it into a nursing home. It received outstanding ratings from the CQC in 2014, 2017. I lived on site for 10 of those years, actually. And after 13 and a half years, I had to make the difficult decision to sell it. And it's then that my main focus became on the Outstanding Society, which is now a community interest company, which is fantastic.
Yeah, so if a care provider is looking to, improve their CQC scores, what would you say is like the first step in the process of doing that?
Wow, that's a really interesting one. When people used to come and visit the home, they're like, what makes you outstanding? And for me, it's most really all about the culture, because there's not one thing that you can prescribe. So I never expected any of my team to do anything that I didn't want to do. If there was anything that the residents, the relatives, the team members wanted, then we actually really explored that. The team's mental well-being was a huge thing, because if the team were happy and healthy, then actually you had happy residents, happy relatives. So getting the culture right through good leadership was absolutely essential.
Would you be able to say, what are some of the common areas that you see care providers fall short on their CQC inspection? What are things that people come to you a lot about, or you notice within the sort of working groups that you are part of?
Oh yes, I guess there are two different theories here. So people fall short maybe around the safe, Chloe, because it's quite difficult to get outstanding in safe, and I think that's about risk taking and learning from incidents, and I think people sway away from taking risks, and sometimes find it traumatic about talking about incidents and talking about where you went wrong. But I think that's a really important part of it. So I think that's quite a big thing. And also being proactive around risk as well. So the CQC, for example, released their regular bulletins around learning from incidents. The most recent one was around wheelchair use. And you can immediately go away and assess what's going on with your residents or the clients that you're looking after. So I think learning from incidents is a huge one for me.
And how can care providers take more learnings about best practices from other care providers, would you say?
Yeah. So the person that springs to mind now is one of my fellow directors, Sanjay Drona. He always says, steal as much as you can. I think during COVID, we used to love sharing and celebrating best practice. It's what the OS is all about, you know, helping others to improve. Go and read somebody's inspection report. Go and visit somebody. We're great believers on let's share what we're doing, and you can implement it in another home. Most of the things that we talk about as directors across adult social care, things are free. It's just about that innovation and thinking outside the box. So go and steal people's ideas, because the more sharing of best practice, the better.
So my next question was going to be like, what's your sort of number one piece of advice for someone looking to improve or even maintain their CQC score? I don't know if you kind of answered that then, or if you've got something different that you could say.
So I think there are two different things. The Outstanding Society is free membership to everyone, and we have monthly virtual events. We've obviously got the Learning Lounge. So join things like that. And we always say, well, it was actually our members that came to us and said, we always take away a golden nugget from your events. So for every single session that we do, we want somebody to go away with a golden nugget, however simple that may be. The other thing is we actually release newsletters once a month, and we always say congratulations to any outstanding providers. And a great resource is actually reading outstanding reports. So just receive our newsletter once a month, see who's become outstanding and read their report, because that gives you great insights into what's going on out there, what inspectors are looking out for. Very shortly to be released as well, I think it's in November, Skills for Care, who we love in adult social care. We've co-produced the Good and Outstanding Care Guide with them, and that's going to be released in November, and that's a fantastic resource. So as soon as that comes out, I would definitely advise people to get a copy of that.
Fantastic. And I'll just ask you one more question then, which is just tell us a little bit about what you are doing at the Care Show this year and the sort of the Outstanding Society stage and everything.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's really exciting. So we've got the Outstanding Society Learning Lounge, and we invite guest panel speakers, and we also have a lot of our directors on the panels. So the kinds of things you'll see this year, a few of our titles are have an outstanding inspection day, climbing the CQC single assessment framework. We've actually got somebody from CQC joining us for that event. We've also got a resident coming along from a nursing home to join us for that event, which is amazing. We've got Lonely Planet hiring from abroad, talking about overseas recruitment. We're very exciting, actually. We've got a session called Coming Out, and it's the launch of our Outstanding Diversity Forum. And we're looking at everything around equality, diversity, and that's being led by Sanjay Drona. And we'll be celebrating that launch between, I think it's 3:30 and 4 o'clock. We'll be having some drinks in our learning lounge, so everybody's welcome to that. But just come along and see us, look at our agenda, and you're all very, very welcome. I think we've got 6 directors there at the show, so really excited about the Care Show this time.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're now here with Iain.
Oh.
Hi Iain, how are you?
I'm not too bad, York. How are you?
I'm great, thank
Great
you very
to see
much.
you again.
Yeah, very. I'm hot because I'm wearing a suit jacket and a shirt, and it is hot. But you know, we'll run with
That's
it.
why we
Hopefully
went with
hopefully, I'm not too sweaty. But you know, so do you want to tell us a bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Iain. I run the Care Connector with Marianne, Care Connector Network. Started up in 2020. And it's going from strength to strength. We've now got our own dedicated platform for social care, away from LinkedIn and Facebook, so they don't like me at the minute. But yeah, it's really all starting to come together now, and the hard work's paying off.
Nice. So what were you talking about this morning?
This morning I've been talking about neurodiversity in the workplace. So breaking down barriers and building bridges really with your staff. Not necessarily the people you're looking after can be used for that, but more so around, looking at the recruitment process, looking at training, all that sort of stuff, the strengths of people in neurodiversity, and how can we bring out the best in them to help make our lives easier, or your life easier, your staff's life easier, and make the life better for the people you look after.
So how does that work then? How does one implement that into their process? You know, what things, is there a different way to ask questions? Is there, how does it work?
Yeah, I think the first thing, when we start, everyone's always talking about recruitment and retention of staff. It's like anything that you ask, recruitment, retention. And I think one of the biggest things is the care sector is going to have a high proportion of people that are neurodiverse. I'm neurodiverse myself. Also, we're very empathetic people. So we gravitate towards this sort of sector and want to help people. So, as I said today, one of the first things we need to do is plan and make sure that our recruitment processes and our induction processes are robust, but for people that are neurodiverse. So, does your website let people know that you support neurodiversity? You know, does your ads, when you're putting them out, does it tell somebody, look, we can support you through your form filling, we can support you through your interviewing process, to actually get, you know, be supportive of people that are neurodiverse. Because once you can get them in, and if you use them, but if you use them right, then the amount of stuff they can bring to the sector is amazing.
I guess what it is about unlocking potential, isn't it? It's about saying that, you know, neurodiverse, in itself, it's diverse, right? You can have all types of different neurodiversities. So it's difficult to sort of pin that down to one thing. But say, for example, if you're talking about someone with dyslexia, who might find it really difficult just to apply for a job in a traditional way, they might be the best carer you've ever had, but they just might never get through your process because your process is built for neurotypical people and doesn't build that. So is it sort of around stuff like that then?
Yeah, most definitely. One of the biggest things that people don't know about, and these people aren't going to like it because they're going to get inundated now, is access to work. There's a government organisation called Access to Work that can help people with funding to get support workers, to help with admin, to get assistive technology to help them to do their jobs, to help them with the interview process as well, and if need be, to come for an interview with someone. You know,
we've talked about this before, haven't we? The Access to Work scheme. Yeah. Is that something? How does one go about finding out about that?
Just Google or Bing or any other.
What? What's that? DuckDuckGo? Is that one?
But just go and Google Access to Work. It's a government website, and then the information's on there about filling in the forms and stuff. They need a little bit of training on filling form filling, but this is what we talk about all the time. You know, forms and forms and forms. We all know that the care sector is full of paperwork and documentation. So anything that's going to help with that is key. I mean, you know, it's just...
And the technology is now getting to a point where it is, the hardware and the software works well enough that you can start to skip through some of these things in terms of, I might have difficulty writing something out, even typing it out on an iPad, but actually if you give me a thing to record a voice note or to, you know, you can speak it out. Now, I remember at school I got given a copy of Dragon Dictate. So this would have been 15 years ago, and it was awful. Right?
I was at uni I got it as well. I didn't even bother with it because it's...
But now you can literally do it on your phone, and it's pretty good at working out what you're saying. Send text messages from your car to write out things that one might find it difficult to do.
Absolutely, I mean, without a doubt. I mean, most of the thing is most of the care planning systems have got built into them dictation, but no one knows. Do you know what I mean? The speed that it can be done at by using dictation. And then one of the other things I said there though today was having a mentor. So even if you are dictating it in, because the way you speak and the way you write, the way what the CQC might want or the local authorities might be different, right? So even if you are speaking it in, just having somebody that you can go to and just go, does that look all right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? People shouldn't shy away from letting people know that they're neurodiverse. It's not a problem. As a medical model, it's a problem. As a social model, it's society that puts the barriers in place for us.
And it is becoming more and more accepted, 20 years ago, not even remotely having this conversation, whereas now it is part of the conversation, it's recognised, it can be, organisations can recognise it. I mean, I've worked with charities who specifically look to place people in companies who have autism.
Yeah.
So their whole thing is about taking people who have autism and saying, look, these are the strengths and weaknesses of this individual person, because every person, even with autism, has a whole different selection of things that they can deal with
not
well.
Just good at maths.
Yeah, exactly. So I think all neurodiversities are very complicated, and I think that's one of the things to note, isn't it? So
it is. I mean, I can't remember the name of the guy because dyslexic brain, but there's a guy that wrote back in 1998, I think it was, that I think he's from Harvard, that neurodiversity in the world is as important as biodiversity, because we've all got our own strengths and weaknesses, neurotypical and neurodiverse people. If we can work out what they are, then we could have such an amazing life and world going on without all this stigma of, the amount of times people have said to me, "Oh, you can't write then because you're dyslexic." No, I can write. I can't read it, you can't read it, but I can write.
Yeah, in my head it looks and sounds great. But
then again, you've got things like that. There's a tablet that you can get that you can write on in handwriting, and it then just brings it back to text.
Yeah.
I mean, the technology's come on so far now that we shouldn't be putting barriers in place for people to work in the care sector, especially when the fact that they're so empathetic, this is where they're going to gravitate towards. And as you said, they're probably going to be one of the best carers you've got.
Yes,
you need to support
unlocking
them.
that potential. Okay, so one piece of advice then for anyone, organisations, is there something just a simple thing they can add to their recruitment process that might help some people who have some neurodiversities come through?
Yeah, I mean, the piece of advice I would give is to go back and look at your recruitment process and ask people in your business that you do know is neurodiverse, is this neurodiverse friendly?
Yeah, perfect. Lovely. Well, thank you very much for coming to see us today, Iain.
No worries, Tom.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, we are going to go for a short break now, and we'll be back soon.
We'll see Mrs. Jones 3 times a day, 7 days a week, sometimes for like 2, 3, 4 years. Service user passes away, and it's kind of like almost like on to the next one. It's well established that our carers are amazing people, but do we do enough to support them? And there's never really been a conversation about grief. We've started to talk about mental health in the care sector, but grief is completely different, and I think it's such a topic that we need to support the carers with, so there's no kind of like it bleeds over into their home life. So looking forward to that.
It's difficult, I guess, when you work in a care home or with people in their homes, you build really strong bonds with people, right? Like you might only know them for 3 weeks, 6 months, but the care you're delivering is so personal, so intimate, that there's no way that you can't possibly build up a strong bond.
And it's like, it's every day, isn't it? Because if you've got an hour call, say, I know there's still some care providers who do less than hour calls, but let's hope that all the calls are an hour. So an hour call in the morning, getting them out of bed, an hour call at lunchtime, an hour call getting them back into bed. Over like, even if you say it's only over 6 months, it really builds up that bond. And like I say, it's quite intimate, it's quite close. So yeah, we really need to do more to support them, and whether that's having frameworks, whether that's counselling, whether that's giving them a little bit of time off to, instead of just, because it can be a bit jarring, I imagine, because Mrs. Jones have looked after her for 3 years, she's passed away, okay, your new client is here, so go on to that one. It's like, there's no time to process that, and so that will lead to burnout. And so I think it's about time we discussed grief in the care sector and just had a discussion about how we can help carers.
And obviously, you advocate for mental health as well around that. What sort of work are you doing around that? To talk to me a bit about mental health.
Yeah, so I'm very open about my battles with mental health, imposter syndrome, anxiety, and it's about. I think as leaders, we've got the responsibility to talk about mental health in an open environment, to create that culture of openness, because the culture comes down from the top. So I'm always on LinkedIn talking about my battles. Do a podcast with my friend Mark Caulfield, Care to Talk, so all around mental health challenges in the care sector, which is where the grief topic come out of. So we did one about PTSD, but then it come up that grief is a complete different topic, isn't it? Because PTSD can be a lot of different things, where grief is very personal to the person.
I think that's the complicated thing about mental health, is that it's not the same set of symptoms for everybody. It's treated different people need different treatment. Some people need space and time, some people don't. So it's really complicated. I think that's probably why business hasn't yet tried to tackle that head on. But you can see it really is changing, especially I suppose as people who are leaders start standing up and saying, look, I feel depressed today. I am anxious about this thing, that recognises that actually maybe we don't constantly need to hide how we feel. We can talk about that, be open, and not be judged by it as well.
And I think there's a danger at the minute, because since COVID we've done a lot of work in removing the stigma of mental health, and that's great. And I think there's danger for some businesses to think, okay, we've done it now, the mental health is ticked. But really, we're only at the base camp. We've done a lot of work, but we're only at the base camp. There's still things like neurodiversity we don't fully understand. There's a lot of elements about mental health that we don't understand. So I think it's kind of a dangerous area, isn't it? Where we've done work, but we don't want to stop here. We want to carry on going. So yeah.
So do you want to tell? Is there a piece of advice you could give someone? A website to look at, anything you can give today? Someone can watch this video and they can take away, this is something I can do. I can action in my care home, with my home care clients, with my team, with my family, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, so for the exhibitors today, I've got two pieces of advice. So exhibitors, I'd say, speak to everyone, even of the competitors. Let's build a collaborative nature, because there's a lot of companies out there and we can all kind of learn from each other. For people out there who aren't here today, Co-Workers Charity is a huge website with so many resources, all the way from mental health to sort of things that will help you in your everyday life. So Co-Workers Charity, I think it's cwc.org.
Yeah, I think if you Google it.
Google it.
Care Workers Charity, we support them as well. We just recently made a video about a walk that they did to raise money, and they're great, they're a sort of great resource to have a look at. If you have care workers in your team who have emergency situations, like their car's broken down or their washing machine's exploded, this sort of fund that can help.
No, definitely.
Lovely. All right. Thank you very much for coming in to see us today. We are now going to go, I think, live out to Alex, who is somewhere around the show, no doubt doing something wacky.
Hello, and we are back. I know York's had a couple of interviews. Hopefully you found them very interesting. We're just going to go and talk to this company over here. Are they busy? I think they might be busy. Hello. So we are doing a live stream currently, and I was wondering if I could just ask you a couple of questions, if that's okay. So could you just tell me a bit about yourself and a bit about the company?
Yes, so we're Wolf Laundry. We supply commercial laundry equipment and detergents, as well as catering assets. So predominantly into care homes and NHS hospitals, things like that. So we've come today to exhibit.
Nice. Nice. And what are you most looking forward to get out of these next 2 days?
So it's really good to see people that you've not seen for a long time, and also it's nice to see people as a social aspect rather than always just for a business meeting, which is predominantly when you see these people. But we came last year, we had a really good stand last year, we've been a few years before that, and it's nice to start to see familiar faces and people coming up to the stand and recognising us. And obviously we've got the biggest stand this year, so we take pride of place here. So yeah, we're really excited.
Definitely, and I think that is really important, isn't it? Being able to connect with people and having those familiar faces come over to you. We've got a couple of questions which are just more fun questions. We're trying to find out the furthest point people have been coming from.
Okay.
So where have you guys come from today?
So I've come from Halifax in West Yorkshire, so it took me about 3.5 hours to get here.
I think so far you're beating us. We took about 2. So yeah, you're winning. And also, so our name is Five on a Bike, and a lot of people ask, where did Five on a Bike come from? What do you think? Where do you think our name came from? And then at the end of the 2 days, we'll be letting everyone know who was right.
Five on a Bike. Okay, let me think. Oh my gosh, I've no idea. I can't think of it. What have some of the answers been? Give me a clue.
So somebody said, you know those tandem bikes you get in London when people are drinking, one of them?
I went on one of those in Dublin last week on a hen do. Do you know, there's no motor. You really have to pedal. Don't go if you're wearing a hard pant, if you're wearing jeans.
I don't think I could do it because you're like facing each other, so it feels a bit wrong going that way.
You can't talk after 20 minutes because you've got to keep pedaling.
Love that.
I'm going to go with that, a beer bike.
Nice. And what is this, could I ask? What is it?
We obviously want to be engaging, and part of our culture at Wolf is to have a bit of fun and be engaging and get people on board and not to take things too seriously and have that real work-life balance. So this is just a bit of fun, and when we scan your badge, you spin the wheel. So in fact, you could
we have a go?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the theory is that you spin the wheel and it lands here, and then you get a special coin. There you go, and then you can have a little.
Perfect. Do you want me to spin, or can I just? Thank you.
For the purpose of the show.
I guess I just pop it in and.
Yeah. So pop it in there. Yeah.
Do I need 2 hands?
No, just one. So you move this to go backwards or over there, and then you hit the button when you want it to drop.
I better win.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! Is it in here? Oh my god! Please, might keep him. Oh, thanks. I love him.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, this has made my day.
You're part of the Wolf Pack now.
Oh, fantastic. I'm so glad to be involved. Well, thank you so much. Probably see you guys later. Thank you. I love him. What am I going to call him? We'll have to come up with a little team name for him. Oh, how sweet. I'm so sorry. Gosh, didn't even see that man there. So going around the show, we've got a few massive stands over here. What's this? Washco, lovely. Oh, we've spoken to these guys with the taxi. I think they're getting ready for a talk over here. Over here we have Pass as well. They have quite a few interactive boards going on over here. And this, oh gosh, it's getting a bit busy here at the moment, isn't it? What's over here? Oh, QCS, lovely. And we've got homecare.co.uk over here. My gosh, Lee Care Solutions. I feel like there's places everywhere. So I think we're about to go to a VT now with Gillian Short. So do have a watch at that. It's very interesting. And back to you guys.
What led you to make a connection between retailers and care home providers?
So 21 years in leadership positions with Marks and Spencer's, and then a pivoting role in health and social care. I can really see the parallels between health and social care and retail. Essentially, there is a customer at the heart of everything we do in retail and in health and social care, whether that is supporting someone on the shop floor to choose a product, or whether that is looking after someone in a care environment. The parallels are there to be drawn.
And, you know, what would you say are some of the most common issues you see amongst care home providers that you feel they could take lessons from retail providers?
I think the opportunities to look at retail and understand what's going well, really there's numerous opportunities. So whether that is recruitment, so we know that the UK is facing an unprecedented recruitment crisis at the moment in health and social care. Retail seem to have cracked this, and certainly in Marks and Spencer's, people want to come and work for such a fabulous nationwide brand. So how do we crack that in the health and social care sector, and what can we learn? And my talk will definitely delve into what goes along with recruitment and the process that Marks and Spencer's take, and hopefully that will be helpful to some providers. And it's not just about recruitment, it's also about early careers. So how M&S and retail in general have such bespoke and specific recruitment programs that include brilliant induction programs and follow-up training, so that as the years go on, actually employees are compelled to stay with a brand like Marks and Spencer's because they can progress, they can further improve their knowledge, their experience, and ultimately earn a little bit more money as the years go on as well. So I think there's definitely something there for health and social care. It would be brilliant to have a 5-year plan, for example, where we're attracting people in at the lower levels of care, and then actually giving them a really robust training program that they can really see and progress and see themselves doing well and earning a little bit more money into the future.
You've kind of answered my next question, which was going to be, with those sort of things in mind, what would be one piece of advice you could give to care home providers now, sort of based on this philosophy of taking lessons from the retail sector?
The biggest lesson that I've taken from 21 years in retail and working with some incredible leaders is to be obsessed with your customer. If you are obsessed with your customer, you absolutely will win. You absolutely will make a difference in those people's lives, but also for your business. And that's been tested and proven over the years, not just at Marks and Spencer. Steve Jobs absolutely did what he did because he was obsessed with delivering for the customer. So forget the technology. I mean, what they've delivered technologically is incredible, but actually that came as a byproduct of focusing on what the customer wanted. It's the same at Disney. They're absolutely focused on what does the customer want? What is that experience that the customer wants? And so I would encourage anyone really in any sector to be absolutely obsessed with your customer. And when you are, and when you totally understand through insights and data gathering what it is that your customer needs, whether that is a customer on the shop floor or whether that is someone we're looking after in a care setting, once we really understand what they want from our service, we can absolutely go over and above and beyond for what they're looking for from us. That will be successful for them and for our business. So yeah, my overriding learning is absolutely total obsession with your customer.
And in general, why would you say that it's important for care providers to take lessons from other industries, and how can people go about doing this more?
I mean, look, in the last month, nearly 50% of CQC inspections have been not good enough. That is an issue that is affecting the whole of our country. We have to look at other sectors and learn from other sectors. If we keep looking inwards, we might not find the solutions, because if we had the solutions, then why are 50% of care homes failing their CQC inspections in the last month alone? So therefore, it is right that we look outside, and hopefully we want to look outside, we want to learn. It's by opening the window and looking outside that we get inspired to maybe do things slightly differently. You know, for example, in M&S, we would have a cupboard for, you know, we called it I Forgot My Lunch, you know, so that actually when our employees have spent all their wages, because let's not forget, a lot of people are earning the national minimum wage or the real living wage, it does run out. You know, there comes a point in the month where there's no money left. So actually, you know, what are we doing in the care sector in those situations? That, you know, quite often as I hear the stories, the colleagues are just not turning up for work or not turning up for a shift because the reality is they don't have their bus fare or they haven't got lunch for today. Actually, by putting in a cupboard in the staff room with, you know, a loaf of bread, some bananas and some, yeah, actually providing a lunch for when it's needed might just get that person to work. And it's very small things like that that we can learn from just looking outside that could make a much bigger difference in our own sector. So I'm a big advocate for looking outside, learning from other sectors, looking at what else is going on globally to see what we can bring back to really improve our sector.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. As you may or may not be able to see, we have no speaker at the minute and we are waiting for our next interview who will be along in a little while. There's loads going on here today, so we've been chatting to people. There's loads and loads of really interesting stands, as you might be able to see with Alex, loads of interesting talks. If you didn't come today and you're watching live, and you think you might want to come tomorrow, go on the CareShow website and book yourself a ticket to come along. We'll be live streaming all today and all tomorrow. But right now, I need a coffee. So we're going to have a break. And I'm going to go and line up in a long line and buy a terrible coffee that I will regret. But, you know, habits and all that. So we will see you again in about 20 minutes. So thank you, and we'll be back soon. studio. We're here now with Jayne. Hi, Jayne.
Hiya.
Do you want to tell us a bit about who you are and what you do then? Jayne?
Yeah, that's fine. My name's Jayne Ellis. I'm the founder and CEO of EF Training. My background is nursing. I've been a nurse on the register for 35 years this year, I believe. Feels a lot longer sometimes. And what we do is EF Training. I have written a training program, which addresses the impact of compassion fatigue on health and social care staff. And we roll that out right across the UK to health and social care providers, from the NHS to private providers.
Lovely. So you were here doing a talk today. What were you talking about?
I was talking about compassion fatigue, because I think it's something that people don't really know what it is. So the easiest way of getting the message across that this is something that you need to take seriously is to come and listen to me talk about it.
Yeah.
So compassion fatigue is the normal reaction of your body to being exposed to vicarious trauma, which is when you're with somebody who is experiencing some trauma themselves. Maybe they're passing away, maybe their relatives are, maybe they're injured or in emotional distress. Your central nervous system picks up on that and it starts the flight and fight response in you. And because as a healthcare professional, you can't do anything about that, you're not allowed to run away, you have to stay with it.
Yeah.
Over time it starts to affect the way you feel. And it happens in phases, they call it. So the original research looked at the phases of compassion fatigue. The first one is when you're really anxious all the time, and you can become very irritable and bite everybody's heads off at home. And it can be a really big thing if somebody just doesn't put the top on the toothpaste suddenly. And then in the final two phases, people start to withdraw and they start to protect themselves. So from a manager's point of view, you might notice that your staff don't want any change. They get very upset with that. And then in the final phase, when people are really shut down, that's when you can get people who are not behaving in the way that you would like them to towards your clients or service users. So we want to try and stop people from doing that. So my talk is about what that is, what it causes it, and then a little bit about what we can do as individuals and organisations to try and help people to prioritise emotional health and safety training in the way that you prioritise physical health and safety training, because one of them is really accepted and the other one is not.
Yeah.
So our training addresses that, and that's what I'm talking about. So I'll talk a little bit about what that is, a little bit about what the training is, what we do, some of the results that we've had. And then the last few minutes of the talk, get people to do some self-care on themselves, just very quickly, because if you're going to do that, you need to start now. In the training, we call it responsible selfishness.
I guess that's kind of what people are labelling burnout, right? Like that's sort of coming up.
I don't like the term burnout particularly, because it almost just feels like if you're burnt out, there's nothing left.
Yeah.
You know, if you use that language and you say, you know, I've got burnout or I've burnt my bridges, it's like they can't go back.
Yeah.
Certainly when I suffered from compassion fatigue myself, there was certainly nothing not left of me.
Yeah.
I was still there. I was still the same caring person, but I needed to be nurtured and supported to be able to come back. So I prefer the word fatigue, because that means that you can rest, recuperate, and then you can do something for yourself. And that's not to say that the organisation doesn't have some responsibility, but we also have to take personal responsibility for this very hard emotional job that we put ourselves through.
Yeah. So what's a typical thing that people do? I imagine this happens a lot, where people get right to the last stage and then probably start clashing with people and lose their job, right? I can imagine
they can do, or they can end up on Panorama.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So how do we notice this early? Yeah.
So it's about recognising it.
Yeah.
So we talk about recognise, respond and recover. So the recognition is, what is compassion fatigue? How does it affect me in those really early phases? How does it make me feel? So that when you realise that you're experiencing feeling anxious all the time or feeling irritable all the time, whatever, what is it that I can do that I can bounce back? It's about that, keeping that emotional reservoir full of emotional energy. So that's about, yes, you get a lot of emotional energy from work because you love your job, and everybody that does this type of work is completely committed to what they do, but almost over-committed sometimes at the detriment to themselves. So it's about having another source of emotional energy as well, so you can keep your reservoir full. So making sure you spend time with friends and family and loved ones, you do hobbies and activities that give you joy, that refill your spirit, so that you're able to give it to other people, but also keep some for yourself, so you don't get to the point where you've got nothing left. It's about prevention rather than the cure.
What's something, if someone's watching this today, something they could take away with them that either they can help someone else with or do themselves, that you could just help change the care sector little by little?
Help change the care sector. So from a management perspective, keep talking about emotional well-being. Keep it on the agenda. Make sure that your staff have got the simple things that they need to be able to do their job. Make sure there's enough staff, that the equipment works, that the IT works, all of that like general stuff. Take time to listen to people. Don't dismiss what they're saying to you. If they're saying they're emotionally feeling that they need more support, then just try really hard to give that to them. As a manager, for yourself, make sure that you are looking after yourself as well, so that you're not suffering from compassion fatigue, because then it's really difficult to look after other people. So just make sure that you are acknowledging that this job is hard emotionally, and then build on that as an organisation and as an individual.
So if someone put it as a, say, line item on the weekly team meeting,
yes, absolutely.
How would you recommend going about kind of bringing that? Because I guess what you could do is say, let's talk about emotional fatigue, and maybe if someone is deep in level 3 or level, they're not going to talk about it.
No, they're not. So one of the most important things is to model the behaviour you want.
Okay.
So you, as a manager, make sure you take your time off. You come in on time and you go home on time. Yeah. You value what goes on outside of the workplace. So you don't look like you're living there 24/7, because especially junior staff, they will copy you. So you have to be the role model in emotional well-being and prioritise it. So what's everybody done this week outside of work? What can we do as an organisation? Maybe you can just, I don't know, sometimes it's as simple as having better coffee.
Yeah.
Or just prioritising time away so that you're looking after yourself. But it comes from the top, a lot of this.
So you might want to set yourself as a model and say, I have recently been suffering with compassion fatigue.
Yes.
I took these steps to do it, and
Absolutely.
I booked myself a spa day.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly that.
Whatever it is that works for you.
Yeah. And I'm being responsibly selfish because I'm going to go and do this. Because then people will then start to prioritise it, and you take away the guilt. Because a lot of people feel guilty about spending time for themselves.
Yeah.
We see it in the training. We do a whole section on self-care, and we ask people to say something nice about themselves, and we get tantrums. People, they don't want to. And I know it's a kind of cultural thing sometimes, but it's really important that at the end of the day, when you've had a day that's been so hard, that you can look in the mirror and go, thank you for getting me to the end of the day. You know, because it's important to acknowledge that this job is difficult and acknowledge that you've done an okay job. And you don't have to be perfect, but your intention was always to do good and to help people.
Lovely. So, what do we call it?
Responsibly selfish.
Responsibly selfish. Thank you so much,
You're
Jayne,
very welcome.
for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you to Jayne there. We are going to have another short break, and we'll see you soon. Cool. Do you want to just introduce yourself? Let's know who you are.
Yeah, my name's Joshua Lucy. I'm the CEO of a company called Social Media 92, and this is.
I'm Paul. I'm the head of digital at Social Media 92.
Awesome. So, what have you guys been talking about today?
So today we've done something slightly different to what we've done at previous ones. We wanted to focus a little bit more on advanced social media marketing. There's a lot of companies in this space, in the care sector, that a little bit behind where they need to be, and in previous conferences and events that we've been to, we've kind of talked about the fundamentals of social media marketing, whereas we thought, sod it, we're going to show people really how powerful social media can be and what we can do to help their business grow. So we focused a lot more on the more intricate parts of advertising through Meta and Google. Anything else that you want to add to that? We keep. All right. I didn't like the intro anyway.
Sorry everyone, I went to the loo and turned it off. Should we go and get, well, I guess you were talking, they can hear you, so sorry about that, that's my bad. Carry on,
carry on or start again?
It's alright, carry on, we'll just chop up
we're live,
later.
aren't we? Yeah,
we are live,
yes.
I mean, there's 7 people watching or something, so you know, warts and all. So do you want to actually just pick up, right, what did you do, what was your talk about today?
Oh, okay, so just to go back then, what we in previous conferences and events that we've been to, we've usually focused a little bit more on the basics of social media marketing, and taught people, you know, how to get started and what to expect when they first get started. But we thought, sod it, you know, on this one we wanted to do something a little bit more advanced. We wanted to show people how powerful social media really can be in marketing for this sector. So we went deep into the more intricate parts of Meta and Google and showed them about the importance of tracking and measuring. And I think that opened their eyes a little bit to go, oh shit, you know, we didn't realise how much there was actually involved in social media marketing. And I think that really worked, didn't it? Really well.
Yeah, it did. I think what we wanted to try and get across is there's a much more comprehensive way of actually marketing a brand. And that all gears around data, it all gears around audiences, audience segmentation specifically. And what we do personally as an agency is we combine the two to help us optimise campaigns to make sure that they can reach the right people at the right time in the right format as well. And we wanted to just give them an insight into how we do it, how we optimise that, and how we use data to help the performance as well.
Nice, cool. So interesting, did they take it well? I mean, it's, you know, big brain stuff, right? Like, have people got the headspace for it?
Yeah, it was a different response. We had a lot of questions at the end, and then also like people rushing to us at the end just to say how interesting it was, and they didn't realise. And then even away from like care homes and care agencies, it was companies that are running systems and software and CRM systems that have thought, oh shit, there's a little bit more to this than we expected. We've got a marketing in-house team, but I don't think we're doing that, and that. So maybe you can have a chat with us and explain to us, you know, how we can adapt our strategy to kind of fit into what you guys are talking about. So yeah, I think it was an open book of different kind of responses.
And what's a juicy tidbit now for people, like where if you, I don't know, creating a Facebook advertising campaign for recruitment, what's something that people should be looking out for?
For me, the big tip and the hot topic for me at the moment is making sure that their website's set up for conversions. And there's a technical word, a technical term that we use in the industry for that, and that's CRO, which is short for conversion rate optimization. It actually makes more sense if you say it backwards, which is optimized based on conversion. So making sure that when people land on a website page, you take them on a journey. Whatever you want them to do on your website, you take them on a journey. Again, segment your audiences, take them on different landing pages if need be. But you know, that's the key thing for me at the moment.
So that really, basically, to summarise that, it's when they click the button to download the brochure, send in an email, whatever it is you want your
website to them to do on your website, that you have that recorded in some way, right?
Yeah. That's the end goal, to make sure it's recorded, so we can use that data to reverse engineer and use the findings to optimise the campaign. But essentially, when you're running an advert, when someone actually clicks on the call to action button, they land on your website, it's relevant, and then you take them on that journey. You want to let them read a little bit about yourself, your key USPs, and then once they've done that, it's just a contact form to fill in the details, or a brochure to download. So really important.
Cool. So in terms of just something that people watching this can take away today to action in their business, whether it's to do with marketing or just to do with how they run their business, any thoughts on something like that I could take away?
I think for me is you referring to in terms of how to look after people, and that's well for me as a business owner, I think especially in this sector is how do you look after your staff? One of the biggest things for companies at the minute is retention when it comes to recruitment. And I think us as an agency, we like to look after our staff as much as we can. We like to bring social gatherings together. We like to look after them, whether it's allow them to stay at home one day and have like a bed day, or just realising that they're human beings and they've got their own stresses and problems in their own life, and just understanding that and realising, look, how can we support you? I think if the care sector, at the end of the day, they're providing care to their service users, but I think the carers that are providing care, they're the ones that also need to feel cared for. So I'd say, for anyone watching this, if you have your own business, whether it's a care home or a domiciliary agency, just look at your own staff and how you can support them and care for them, just like they're caring for your, service users at the end of the day. That's one thing I would say.
Right, you, Paul?
Yeah, I think the big tip for me is to make sure that you publish content frequently, educational posts, inspirational posts, topical posts, educational resources, downloadable guides, ebooks, you name it. The more content that you've got flooded across all the social platforms, that will equate to a conversion. People don't make a decision on the first touch point. They go away, look at your social media, they go away, look at your reviews, they go away, look at all your other platforms that you got before they make a key decision of where they're going to invest their money within any sector, really. So that is the top tip for me, is just content.
Nice. Right, thanks very much for coming in, chaps. Good to see you.
It's a pleasure.
We are now going back out live to Alex, who's doing something crazy somewhere with someone.
However, it's totally fine.
So over to you, Alex.
Live stream. I know we just had a quick break and York's just had a quick interview, but I'm here with yourself from Birdie. So could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what the company is?
Sure. Hi everyone. I am Fred. I'm the product manager for a finance product here at Birdie. Now Birdie is the technology partner for home care. You can see it up there. We cover all of your needs, all the way from care management down to your operations, all your people needs, everything, including auditing. Every compliance need that we know is essential to delivering the best possible outcomes for your clients, for the people receiving your care. That's what we do here.
Amazing. And what are you wanting to get out of this event and what you're looking forward to most?
That's a great question. I want to meet as many people as possible. I love meeting our customers. I love talking to our customers. I want to meet other people in the same space who are operating in here and doing other innovative, interesting things, exploring ideas on how we can work together and things like that. And just generally want to learn more about the vast world of care in the UK, which is fascinating.
Definitely. I feel like everyone's pretty much said that it's connecting with people and networking. That's what they really want out of this event.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's trade shows, right? That's what we all want to get out of this. Meet new people, see new things, and get business and relationships going.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for speaking, and see you later on in the event. Perfect. Thank you so much. And you. Perfect. So that was a nice little interview with Fred from Birdie. I believe we have some more interviews coming up with York any moment now. So if I head back to you guys in the studio.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. You will notice this time I actually have turned on my microphone, which I didn't last time. So we are back. Hi, Jonathan, how are you?
Yeah, good. Great to be here.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so my name is Jonathan Cunningham. I'm a registered care manager of Birkdale Park Nursing Home for 36 gorgeous people. We deal with a lot of end of life, which I find hugely rewarding, and also Rosebank Care Home for learning disabilities. But today and the next 2 days I'm here speaking on end of life, speaking on delivering outstanding care, how to motivate your team, and even just a bit of home care with my mate Simon Crowther. So great show.
Lovely. So obviously you're on a whole load of panels over the next couple of days. What's the general themes you're talking about? What's the kind of stuff going on in the care sector at the moment?
Yeah, there's an awful lot, as you fully appreciate at the moment. One of the panels which I'm going to be chairing tomorrow, but it's going to be a very different talk, is life after care management.
Okay.
So as a care manager, as a registered care manager, what is it that where do you go from that? And so what are the sort of questions you're asking? You know, like anything in life, it's push and pull factors. If something's pushing you out of the job, is something that maybe you could enable for you to get more fulfilment and more support, or what are the pull factors? Go and work for CQC and join the dark side, or local authority, or set up your own consultancy. So that's going to be really interesting and a very different topic. The other one as well, is that we're going to be doing a live intervention. So that's going to be in the theatre, where we're going to be discussing, what sort of challenges people are facing, and so I've got some amazing support, amazing other consultants around us who are going to give some pearls of wisdom, and we'll work on a few individuals in that theatre.
So what is that? How does that work, the live intervention?
I don't know. We're going to find out tomorrow. It's going to be very exciting, but the idea behind it is that with this amazing audience who are all facing pretty much a lot of the same similar problems of staffing, recruitment, retention, mental health, how to deliver quality care, compliance with CQC, funding, you name it. We're going to be saying, right, let's take some of the knottier issues and let's work collectively in an open forum on that one individual with their collective problems.
Wow.
And so it's going to be raw, it's going to be emotional. I don't know how it's going to go, but we'll have fun and we'll have some great outcomes.
Yeah, have you got someone lined up for it, a willing volunteer, or you sort of pick someone out of the audience? So make sure you get yourself along for that talk then.
that's how crazy it's going to be.
If you want some public therapy, get along. And I think those type of things really good though, isn't it? Where you can, I've done all sorts of sort of business leaders groups where you go in and you share an issue you have, and then collectively the group looks to provide solutions for you. And sometimes you get things out of the blue. You think, I never thought about it from that point of view.
Well,
never thought about
I've just seen an amazing presentation by Tim Dallinger on noise management within a care home. Never heard it discussed before. It's a completely new topic, and that's one of the things that, for all the things, people have to be here.
Yeah.
You don't get this on a webinar. You don't get this reading some glossy magazine that we all keep wrapped in the same plastic underneath our desks, and eventually we'll get round to opening it. You've got to be here. It's visceral. It's raw. And you meet people. You've got to press the flesh, and you've got to listen to some of these incredible speakers. I've got my phone out the whole time. I actually informed the speakers. I said, I'm not being rude. I'm on the first row, so I can actually hear you and see you. I said, I'm taking notes because this is high octane stuff. So you can come away with some amazing stuff. But you've got to be here. You've got to be part of it.
Where's the wind blowing at the moment in the sector? So we've kind of gone through sort of the whole. We're not completely through it, right? The whole COVID thing. I think we've sort of come to terms with it and now understand it a bit better. Then we had the sort of recruitment stuff happen. Are the winds all still blowing just as hard? Is there new winds? Is there something? Is the mood changing in the sector? It feels like it's changing in the sector to me, but I'm coming from a completely different place.
There'll always be the naysayers. Let's face facts. I am not a negative. I'm not one of those naysayers. But you'll always have the circumstance which surrounds social care, which is we'll never have enough money. We'll never have enough people in the sector. It will always be the underdog of the sector. Well, we're not going to change that. So we've got to change our own agenda. We've got to change our own narrative. We've got to change our own story now. And I genuinely believe now, in terms of, I think we're going to start to see our own self-help. I think we see the whole sector moving to saying, look, we can't wait any longer for local authorities and central government to be pulling us out this mire as if you're waiting for your mum and dad to do it. We're going to have to do it ourselves. And so it's groups coming together, it's that collaboration, it's that partnership, and moving to a new place. And that's why stuff like this is, get the good news stories out there, because there's some incredible tales. I saw on Facebook the other day, or I think it was on Unilad, and it was like a 105-year-old or 103-year-old skydiving. It's the oldest person to skydive, and it was absolutely incredible. And you've got to watch that, put it on Unilad, old lady skydiver. It blows your mind. And I think that attitude of life is what we're about.
And again, that's culture in this country. We're not very good at being older. I don't know whether there's not. A lot of people don't necessarily embrace life in the way you might hope they would, as you get older. But
absolutely. And one of the talks I do tomorrow is in order to truly live, you must die. And I talk about the sector in terms of its attitude to death, because two aspects of death, follow me, fascinate me, which is the whole death experience. Not from the individual's point of view. A lot of time and text has been spent on that. It should be comfortable, reassured, with family or friends around. Actually, but it's the family experience of death. Because this time capsule you're sealed into this time capsule, just like your first day at school, your first kiss, your marriage, and that's the experience a family will have. And the other one is the longevity of why do some people outlive others, not by a couple of days or weeks, but by decades. And it all comes down to not just nutrition, hydration and getting some sleep and not smoking, but also because their attitude of mind. And it's the less fixation on age, it's the less fixation on birthdays, and it's all about energy. And you see these people go through life with this incredible energy, this aura around them.
It's all about not what you can't do, but what you can do. Lovely. Okay. Well, what I'd love to hear is just a hint, tip, piece of advice, website to visit for people watching this video that might help them.
Well, as the founder of the Care Managers Inner Circle, I said every single one of these viewers has got to fight. It's completely free. It's non-sales. Get yourself and join 5,500 other managers on there. So it's Care Managers Inner Circle. It's on Facebook, and it's a lovely, supportive community to give stuff away. Sharing is caring is our motto. And it's just a great place. But also, get down here. What a great show.
Lovely. Well, thank you for coming to see us today, and hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Cheers, York. Good to see you, mate.
So, thank you very much, Jonathan. There, we are now going to Alex. We are going to Alex. I'm just communicating with the people over there who are telling me that Alex is again out in the show doing something crazy as ever. Over to you, Alex.
Response stand, and I have repose. I don't know why I said response. I literally read it as repose. I am so sorry about that. Well, I have lovely Julie here. Hello, Julie. So would you be able to just tell me a little bit about yourself and a little bit about the company?
Yeah, so Repose Furniture have been trading for nearly 25 years. We're a UK manufacturer based in Pensnet, King Swingford. We employ approximately 100 staff, and it's a skilled workforce that we use.
Amazing. And what are you hoping to get out of this event? What are you most looking forward to?
So we've been doing the shows for many years. It's always our intention to get brand awareness. We work very closely with distributors and nursing home groups and OTs that recognise our brand and ask for our specialist furniture.
Amazing. And is this the furniture here as well?
It's some of the range that we do. We have a large range at the Care Hub at Pensnet.
It's absolutely beautiful. I love the furnishings and the different textures.
Yeah, so this is Olive fabric that's also featured on a stand here. Pressure care fabric for pressure care seating. So it's that specialist seating that clients require.
Amazing. So I have a couple of questions which are more fun. Okay. So we're trying to find out how far people have travelled, because we travelled about 2 hours this morning. Yeah. So where have you guys come from today?
So I've only come from South Staffs, but it took me 2 hours 40.
I actually think that's like you were further than us, actually. I think ours was just about 2 hours.
Yeah, so. 2 hours 40 to get here this morning, but yeah, worth it though.
Absolutely. And last question is, we are called Five on a Bike, and everyone asks, where does that name come from? So we are asking everyone where they think the name came from, and then after the 2 days, we're going to let everyone know what the answer is. So where do you think the name Five on a Bike came from?
5 people on a bike.
Well, to be fair, somewhat right, yeah. That's a good answer, to be honest. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. And we'll probably see you a little bit later on. And we'll probably come back maybe for some sweets, if that's okay. Thank you so much. Perfect. So I think we're about to head off for a little quick break. And then we'll be back later with more interviews with York and more interviews from the Care Show.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. I'm here with another speaker. Hello, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Would you like to introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you're doing?
I'm Marianne. I am a partner with the Care Connector Network, so I'm one of the directors of it, and also I run my own training company as well.
Perfect. So why are you here today? What are you doing? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about today the benefits of training the trainer. So having a trainer within a company that is actually trained and educated to be able to deliver training effectively.
Yeah.
Rather than just somebody that knows their stuff that's just brought in to talk to staff.
Yeah.
It's very, very different.
I think, knowing how to do something and knowing how to show somebody else how to do it are very different skills, aren't they?
Yeah.
So how does that articulate itself? What do you do with people in terms of...
I deliver to all different sectors. So I will teach people effectively how to teach other people. So if they are an expert in their field, essentially people think, expert, God, am I one of those? But anybody who knows their stuff, if you want to call it that, they are one of those people. So somebody that would deliver, rather than them just being somebody that's brought in and then has to just do it, it's about me teaching them a lot of the psychology. So I've got a background in psychology, I've got a background in care, I've got a background in teaching. So I kind of bring it all together so that people can understand effectively how people tick. So when I actually teach it, it actually helps people to do their job better as well, no matter what sector, even if it's care, that they start understanding, because a lot about teaching is about understanding how people teach. I've got ADHD. I found out 2 years ago that I've got it, and that's kind of as well made me take a bit of a different idea of, I used to work with kids with ADHD. I kind of never thought about whether adults have it or not, which of course they do. I didn't really know anything about it. So now when I'm teaching, I really get people to be mindful of the fact that it's like e-learning. A lot of care companies use e-learning. It has its place, but it's not for everybody. I get a lot of carers when I go out and do care training that say, I don't get it, I can't read, I'm dyslexic. Or they'll say I'm stupid, and I'm like, you're not stupid, it's just that's not the way you learn. And so by teaching people how to actually deliver training and how to form those relationships with the people that they're teaching and getting that trust, it's far more effective and actually a lot less expensive, which I know that care companies probably want to know that bit.
Yeah.
Because it's not an expensive qualification to do, not by any stretch, depending on how it's done. It's £550 if it's on it, which is nothing, you know. And to know then that that person can then deliver training. It's not really just, even if you wanted to bring subject specialists in, I go out and do, arguably I'm doing myself out of a job because I go and do training in care homes, and that's fine. But I see a lot of the time in the sessions that I run, I see that someone calls in sick or they're on holiday, and then I'll say, what's going to happen to that person's training? And they'll go, but if you have somebody that's trained to be able to train those people, they can put sessions on whenever it suits them.
So how does it start if I recognise that maybe I'm...
So if I was going to teach you?
Maybe I'm the best person in the company at manual handling, for example, helping people move from bed to the... but where do I start in terms of how you would teach me to be a teacher? So
for a start, I'd need to know that you've got your training in that.
Yeah.
So that you're fine, you're up to date with your training in that. Effectively means you know your stuff. So then the first unit of it is about what your role is and what your responsibilities are. Because this is what a lot of people forget, is there's actually quite a legal responsibility. When you're training people, you've got a legal responsibility. Things like making sure that you know, so if somebody's pregnant, if they've got an injury, it's about asking those questions beforehand. So we look at the roles, responsibilities, what it means, what documents you have to keep, all that kind of stuff, what the CQC want. People don't know, they don't think about knowing that. They're good at being a carer, or they might be a manager, but they don't know that side of things. So we do that, and then we look at the equality and diversity. So again, looking at how people, all the psychology of it. So looking at how people learn, looking at how to meet people's needs. So for me, one of the massive things are if you were in my training room, so it could be that you're teaching people to do what you do, essentially. I say to people, you don't have to have your phones off, and people look at me, and other trainers say to me, why do you let people have a phone on? And I said, because it's not about me. It's not about me. I'll say one of my ground rules is about respect. So it's about being respectful to each other. And I've never had a problem with it. I would say to you, you can eat, you can drink, you can get up and walk around.
Yeah.
Any idea why you think that's a good idea? Any idea?
Just because it's about the individual, right? It's about that person, and maybe they helps them concentrate if they eat.
Yeah.
Maybe they're hungry and they want to eat.
They won't be thinking about me. They'll be thinking the same as breaks. I tend to be quite fluid with that. But also I'll say to people, if you need to go and get a drink, so I'm not tied to a break time, but I'm aware that some people might need to eat at certain times. But it also means they haven't got to come to me and say, I'm diabetic or I've got this, because I don't eat breakfast in first thing. So even in my training sessions, I will eat while I'm teaching. Yeah. Like if they're all doing something, I will, because I don't necessarily want to stop, when I want to have it. So it's all about looking at that, and I get a lot of people that and carers actually make some of the best trainers because they work in a person-centred way, but they often lack the confidence as well. Yeah. So by having that qualification, and it gives them that confidence. So the last unit we look at is about assessments, which is the bit that, so I could, or you could, as a moving and handling instructor, you could tell people, you can show them you don't know they've learned anything until you've assessed them. So until you've assessed them, so if you've asked the questions or you've done their competency assessments, essentially all you've done is show them and tell them. That's literally it. And that's before people do the course that I teach, that's usually what they've been doing.
Yeah.
I'll work on them about how to do PowerPoints, about how to actually get up, because people have to do a micro teach. It's only 15 minutes. It's the bit people hate, but afterwards they say, I'm really glad I did it, and I love it. Afterwards they'll say it.
So what's one little kind of hint or tip that you could give today just to help someone improve their life, improve the life of the people around them in the care sector?
For people working in the sector? Do you know what? I think this is something that everybody, it doesn't matter what sector, it doesn't matter if you're a carer, a manager, or even a service user, just be yourself. For me, one of the biggest things when I was diagnosed was that, and it's helped me. It's something I pass on to people, no matter what job you're doing. So even if it's people delivering training, they go, I can't do that. And I go, if you want to do it, you can do anything you want to.
Thank you very much for coming to see us
Thank
today.
you. Thank you.
We are now going to a pre-recorded interview with Phil Harper.
First off, I guess it would just be great if you could tell us a little bit about who you are and the work you do in the care sector.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So my name's Phil, I use they, them pronouns. I'm currently a senior lecturer in health and social care at Birmingham Newman University. We've recently changed our name, which is a bit of a mouthful now. But I predominantly teach on the health and social care degree. Within the social care sector, I've always pretty much worked in the social care sector. I've done a little bit in health as well, but I've always gone back to social care. And for me, and I specialise in LGBTQ plus and dementia, and I do a lot of research. I'm doing a really exciting study at the moment, which I'm co-producing with a good friend of mine, who is a non-binary person living with dementia, and we're looking at the experiences of non-binary people who are in dementia. But also my doctorate at the moment is very much looking at care staff's understanding of non-binary, and that's particularly social care staff. So that is really my work. I also dabble a little bit in social care leadership, trying to get more recognition of degrees within social care, because currently the sector does struggle a little bit with the transferable skills what a degree brings, particularly in care home management, because really care home management really focuses on the level 5, and it's not about getting rid of the level 5 or not about replacing level 5 with degrees. It's just about understanding the degrees can bring a very similar skill set, and about having that wider recognition. So I've done a lot of work within this sector, and it's about really developing the sector and making it more inclusive, but also helping develop managers.
I mean, I guess you kind of touched on it there, but I did want to ask you, why was looking at LGBTQ plus issues and sort of advocacy in the care sector something that you felt was important and needed, and I guess like there was a sort of gap for?
Yeah, so it's two things. Number one is just through my experience of working in the social care sector, I noticed that a lot of people just don't have the confidence, don't have the knowledge, and kind of get a bit scared around LGBTQ plus stuff. So for me, I'm really passionate about just trying to get the message out there in any way I can, in the most accessible ways, about actually some key things that you can do to support people a bit better. But as well as that experience there, it's also, I'm non-binary myself, and I kind of am a bit scared of growing older, a bit scared of going into care, because you always worry. I've got, particularly with a lot of political issues going on at the moment, a lot of things going on where LGBTQ plus, particularly trans rights, are kind of at their firing line. And it's a bit scary to think, actually, would it be safe for me to go into care? And I absolutely think it would be. It's just about trying to future-proof care as well for people like me. So I think it's those two. I've noticed that there is a lack of knowledge, and people are more scared. People don't want to cause anybody any difficulty. People don't want to be discriminatory, etc. People just haven't got the knowledge, and they're just scared to broach these topics. But also, as I said, to try and future-proof it for people like myself.
Absolutely, that makes perfect sense. And I guess, for people who, are wanting to learn more about this sort of thing, but are maybe a bit, nervous about doing so, or just not sure how to. What kind of advice would you give people for getting more informed about being more inclusive in the care sector?
I think it's okay to ask questions. I think that is something that people quite often think that, oh, am I going to offend someone if I ask questions? And absolutely not. I spoke to so many other people, and not just LGBTQ plus issues, but actually we'd rather you ask questions. We'd rather you get to know us more. We'd rather you actually be able to meet our needs by knowing more about us. So I think don't be afraid to ask questions. Obviously, think about how you're posing those questions. I think that's an important part. That's quite often sometimes where the upset comes. So don't, for example, but just ask how would somebody like to exist, and they're two different things there. But I think there's some fantastic organisations out there, like you've got Opening Doors in London that do stuff nationally, some fantastic work. I'm also part of the LGBTQ Dementia Advisory Group that do fantastic work. And it's just about looking at your local organisations, reach out to your LGBTQ plus community, reach out to other communities, because they'll also work with you. I pretty much know every local LGBTQ plus organisation or charity are willing to work with the care sector to try and support. So it's about just collaborate with the community, reach out to the community, and just try and use any resources you can get, really. And don't be afraid to ask questions.
Why specifically the sort of tie-in with dementia? Was that just like a personal interest for you, or was there something in particular about, dementia and was it gender, that you're sort of like looking at together? What was that sort of particular connection there?
So for me, I initially started studying dementia quite early on because my nan had vascular dementia. And I done a little bit of support with my nan, but then I saw how it affected my nan, and I just wanted to learn a little bit more about dementia because I just knew nothing, and I knew I was doing things wrong, and I knew that it was just really difficult, and I just wanted to do a bit better. So I started studying that. I went to university as an undergraduate, started looking at that. And it really, the more I learned, the more I realised I didn't know, which I think is the thing with dementia. So I started studying it even more and more into postgraduate study. And then I, obviously being part of the LGBTQ plus community myself, it dawned on me actually how would care for me be like, and actually the differences. So then I started to look into that, and that kind of sparked my interest. And then over the lockdown, I came out as non-binary. And then that's when I really focused on non-binary, because I was like, actually, I was trying to find information on this, and there is no information out there. There's only literally a handful of people who really broach the topic, and even then, because it's such a hard topic to research, because trying to find people who are non-binary living with dementia who can maybe talk to us is quite difficult. It hasn't really been researched in much depth before, so that's really what's encouraged me to try and do this, is try and get some information out there, try and pose some questions, try and get people thinking about this, because we exist, trans and non-binary people with dementia exist, and we need to future-proof care, really. So it's kind of bringing in, a lot of it stems from my personal experiences, but also just bringing who I am with my academic area of interest, and kind of putting them both together.
Absolutely, that's amazing. I guess my final question really was just, obviously, I believe at the Care Show you're going to be doing some poetry and a drag performance.
Yeah.
What do you hope sort of people will take away from your performances?
So I'm hoping that people will see a different way of presenting. I do a lot of educating with drag, and I am a working drag artist, as well as my academic work, but I do try and bring a lot of education into that through poetry and performance, because I try and make it entertaining as well. And I want to bring something different to the Care Show, show that presenting, the care, interact with the community, bring a bit of the LGBTQ plus community into the Care Show, do a fun performance, hopefully, that will be educational, but also just show what drag is, and to also just help with the current rhetoric around drag, because we're getting a bit of a short end of stick at the moment, and people think, oh, we're not appropriate to be around people. And you'll see me, I'm not going to be there scantily dressed, and I'm going to be doing a really hopefully powerful performance and talk, and you can see that we come from all walks of life. So it's about really bringing drag to a different audience, to different people, showing diverse forms of drag as well, because it's not just what you see on the TV, even though that's absolutely valid. There's different forms of drag, different presentations of drag, etc. So I think it's really important to bring that as a whole and just use it in this way, that we talk about person-centered care, about supporting individuals. So see a bit about that individuality, see that difference, really.
Show. So this is our stand. You might have seen it earlier if you tuned into the live stream. So this is our stand. This is where all the interviews are taking place. We've got Harper over here doing some technical bits and bobs. We've got York, who is doing all the interviews. How are you finding the interviews today, York?
Lovely. I can't remember what's happened or what's happening or what's going on, and every time I try and go and do something, I talk to someone else. So I just went to get some water. I have no water.
Fantastic. I think you should stay hydrated.
Very thirsty. Very
Maybe
thirsty.
go and get some water.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, bye-bye.
Are they not here yet?
Not yet. Okay. And then over here, this is where we've got like the other section of our stand. So this is Jack. Over here, we are doing a photography booth. So this is where you would come and stand or sit, and you would take a photo. Like that. And then that is what is happening. Jack will send you the photos pretty much straight away. You'll pop in your email and he will send them all to you. Jack, how are you finding the show so far?
No, it's been really good. Had some really good conversations with people, and I think taken some very nice photos.
Fantastic, I'm so glad. Well, those are our two stands. And then I think we're going to go over here and talk to Care Planner, because we have seen that they've got a little game going on and I'm quite intrigued. So we're just going to go and find out a bit more about that. Hello, how are you?
Very excited. It's very busy here today.
I know, isn't it? Well, would you be able to tell me a little bit about yourself and a little bit about Care Planner?
Definitely. I'm Zoe. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer here. We've got our sales and marketing teams. We are with Care Planner. We've just been acquired, part of the Nourish Group, literally a month ago. Great, exciting news for our customers. What we actually offer is a digital solution for domiciliary care providers, so that can help with their e-rostering, scheduling. We've also got some really exciting features which are going to be released before the end of the year, and that leads us to Taskmaster, which is our kind of activity here today. So we are encouraging people to embark on some tasks. First prize is £75. It will start with your hats, so you have got a minute to stack yourself with as many hats as you can and stand there for 5 seconds to see what happens.
Can we take part now?
100%. Come across. I'll hold the mic. Right. Rachel, have you got the timer? As many on your head. Are you ready?
I need to think
strategically. Right. 3, 2, 1, go. They have to stay on. So far, 8 is our highest. 8 is our highest number. Okay, you're doing well. Okay, we're coming to the last 20 seconds now. Oh, one is down.
I don't think I can reach.
10, 9, 8. Remember, if it falls off and you lose them, you're going to lose the points. 3, 2, 1. Now you have to stand still for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4,
5. Right, let's see how you've done. 1,
How many?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Oh,
8, already in the lead. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You are current
Wow,
champion.
thank you. Wow, that was intense. That was a bit stressful, actually. Oh my goodness.
The next task is ball has to go in the cup.
Right.
Once that is completed, you can find a word on the word search.
Okay, let's give it a go. Right, ball in cup and...
Yes. It's very difficult.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I think this is going to be an epic fail. I think you've had more goes than I'm waiting for you to do it. Word out. Brilliant, right, find a word. Any word will do. Brilliant, okay, right, next task, final task is about your skill. It's about building the cards, so points for every level. So, got 30 seconds to see how high you can build it. So you want to be thinking pyramids, levels, okay? So
This is stress.
This is like
And how long do I have for this?
30 seconds. So when you're ready, this is like a typical day in the life of a carer. You have got to do 1,000,001 things.
I'm shaking.
Go.
My goodness. I think this is also going to be an epic failure. Oh gosh. Oh, okay.
Okay, it's about layers, so it's how high you can go. You've got about 10 seconds left.
Oh my gosh, this is so stressful. Okay.
I'll give you an extra 5 seconds to see if you can get your next level up.
They're slippery, that's what it is. They're slippery. No, I don't think I can do it. Oh.
Do you know what, though?
Do you know what?
You did really
Thank you
well.
so much.
That's
Thank you so much. So I hope everyone does come play this because that was very, very fun. So thank you very much.
To kind of demonstrate is that actually being a carer is really stressful. Not only do you have to do multiple tasks in people's homes, you have to get in your car, drive somewhere else, record everything. So we just wanted to kind of bring it to life really today.
Definitely, and you really have done that. I have 2 questions for you.
Yes.
So we're trying to find out who has travelled the furthest today. We've travelled about 2 hours. Where did you come from?
Okay, so I'm from Wales, but I did travel up yesterday. So, yeah, it was about 3 hours.
Yeah, that's further than us, so fair enough. My last question is, we are called 5 on a Bike. Everyone asks us, where did the name come from? So we're going to tell everyone at the end of the 2 days where our name came from. But I was just wondering, what do you think our name came from?
5 on a Bike. Kind of feels like maybe a group of friends were at a pub and took on a challenge and thought, you know, like, how many people can you fit in a Mini? How many people can I fit on a bike?
Nice. I mean, I think everyone's answers has been alcohol-based, but that was actually good. That was a good answer. So thank you very much. Thank you for the game, and you're brilliant at presenting, so maybe next year we'll get you to do this.
Fabulous. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think we're still waiting on some interviews with York. So I'm thinking we're going to go round and do a little bit of a freebie review. So we're going to go round, see what each stand has, and just review them and see what there is. So let's go and have a look. Hello. So these guys have pens and a notepad and some chocolate. I personally love a Bounty. I know no one does, but I personally do. Nice. I love a notepad, love a pen. Fantastic freebie. Thank you. Any freebies? Any? Oh, these people over here also have pens, and I think it is a notepad as well. Sorry, I'm just gonna. Hello. Just a little sticky notepad. Oh. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I love a notepad. It's always good coming to places like this and getting a notepad, because you never want to buy a notepad, do you? Oh, hello. Hello, could I just have a look at your little bits and bobs you've got on your table? So, oh, absolutely. Oh, is there a name for the bear?
This is Pollard's Bear. This is all about our charity initiative, which is Pollard's Promises. It's about us giving back to the care sector. So if people have got service users or residents that they want to give back to, we can do that free of charge, take them on days out, send them stuff, and it's the same for the carers as well. So if they want to recommend a carer that works for them because they've done a good job, we can do nice things for them as well. So
that's amazing. So what kind of things do you guys do? Like what days out?
So we've just taken a service user to watch The Lion King at London, so they're doing that. I've got another service user who's just lost 15 stone, so we're organising a personal shopping trip for her to sort of like revamp her wardrobe. One of the carers that also works with that service user is a theme park junkie, so we're sending her up to Alton Towers. So anything and anything. If service users and residents can't get out, we can send stuff to them. We set a delivery voucher so a service user could have a curry with his son that he likes to do once a week. So anything like that.
That's really amazing. That is so lovely, and the fact that you get to do anything that you want is so lovely.
Within reason, but yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What's the most extreme thing or the most out there thing that you guys have done?
Oh, that's a really good question. We took a bunch of service users to Colchester Zoo and we got them a private feeding experience with giraffes and the elephants. It was like a whole group of service users. Unfortunately, one of them was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer. They were already using like a disability service, so it was like a big day out for all of them to go and enjoy, sort of like a last hurrah thing. So yeah, we did that. It was probably like the biggest one that we've done so far, but yeah, I'm up for doing all sorts of things. We were trying to organise a ride in a Spitfire for one resident, but he was in his 90s. It didn't quite pan out, but yeah, anything like that. So
that's so amazing. Love that. So with you guys being at the event here, what are you hoping to get out of the event, and what are you most looking forward to?
I guess for us it's just about exposure. I mean, predominantly we're insurance brokers, that's our bread and butter, but we're a total business solution for the care sector, and Pollard's Promises is just our charity foundation on the side of that. So it's just about exposure, meeting our existing clients, getting new clients, seeing what we can do for the sector, really.
Love that. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that. And I can see here, so we're just doing a bit of a freebie review at the moment. So you guys have a pen. Yeah. We also have another notepad here. Bags. Oh, and the bears. Love that. Well, thank you for speaking. And see you guys later. Thank you. That's so lovely. Oh, that's so nice. Right. I don't know if this is a freebie, but we've got another little bag here. I feel like the tote bag is very popular. Everyone loves a tote bag, so I think this is the place to go. Oh, look, there's chocolate. Oh, hello. I'm just looking at these, if that's okay. I'm not going to have one. You sure? Okay, thank you. It has your name on it. Look how nice that is. Little thing. We're basically doing a freebie review, so we're just reviewing everyone's bits and bobs they've got on their tables, so thank you for that. That's so nice. We should do something like that. It's so nice. Thank you, and you. Okay, I think we should go down here. We haven't been down here yet today. Hello. Hello. I feel like everyone's got chocolate. I feel like that's a thing, and I know we've got chocolate. There's a dog. Okay. Oh gosh, look at the dog. I don't think we can stroke the dog though. Oh, they've got a spinning wheel. Spin to win, spin to win. I'm guessing I can just spin. I'm gonna go spin. Oh, no win. Okay, I tried and I failed. Nothing, no win at all.
Spin it again.
Oh, thank you. If it's no win again, I'm going to cry. Oh, It's a gift bag. Oh my goodness. We'll pretend the first time never happened. A gift bag. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Oh, it's quite heavy actually. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Right. Are we ready for the Flora multi-purpose disinfectant? Fantastic. Oh. Linen Fresh. I love Linen Fresh smell. Fantastic. Oh, and we've got some wipes as well. Love that. And you know what? I'm going to pop my other little bits and bobs in here too. Oh my God, this is fantastic. What a good freebie reviews we're doing. Right, so I think, as far as I'm aware, the guys are ready back in the studio for another interview. So I'm going to go back to them and, yeah, have fun.
Hello, welcome back to the next week's studio. Hopefully Alex was having much fun. I was watching through the bits of what she was doing. Oh my God. My sound's not working again. Oh, it is working again. Earlier on I went for a wee and turned it off and then forgot to turn it on, and Chris was over there waving at me like, oh my God, it's not on, it's
really? Oh no.
So,
I thought that was going to go the other way then.
Yeah,
for a
amateur
second.
mistake.
I went there
no,
to
I know
with
that.
it on,
No, I've learned that lesson to turn the microphone off when you go to the toilet.
Blimey.
So I learned that lesson early in my film making career.
That's so
anyway,
yes.
Hi Carl, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, thank you very much.
Excellent.
Would you like just to introduce yourself to the audience and let us know who you are and what you do?
Sure. So my name's Carl. I'm the Associate Sales and Marketing Director at Boutique Care Homes. We have 3 operational homes in Surrey, Kent and Suffolk, and we have 6 homes on the way.
Nice.
So we're going to be busy the next few years. So.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So you've been here doing a talk today. I did pop along and see, and it was packed and everyone was spilling out to the sides.
Yes, yeah.
What were you talking about?
It was quite intimidating, yeah, but we were talking about how to attract clients to your business, which I guess sort of now that we're sort of firmly through that sort of post-pandemic era is becoming more and more prevalent to care operators, whether you've got one home or you've got 100 homes. You know, we're all trying to find new ways of bringing inquirers and residents to our communities.
Yeah. So what were the things coming out in the conversations? What should people be doing?
Yeah, well, I mean, we covered a lot. I mean, we needed a full day on this, really, York. But we talked about inquiry management and getting the fundamentals right, getting back to basics around making sure that we are, answering inquiries promptly, that when they come through, that we're responding. We talked about community engagement and events. We talked about online marketing as well. So it was a real eclectic mix of different tidbits for the audience to hopefully take away some useful learning. Yeah.
I've been looking into or finding out a lot of information recently about local networking. Right? So I brought a coffee shop last year, and I tried all the normal things that one tries when they're marketing their business. It wasn't really clicking, and then I suddenly just started kind of networking locally, going to there was a local event where they asked me to come and do an after dinner talk. It was for like a local volunteer group, and I really started, all of my marketing became local focused. It's really started to make a difference, and I think there's a lot of games are missing out on this. Someone in your home should be making an active effort to engage in the local community.
Honestly, should be the single most important part of your marketing strategy is your local community engagement. Digital sources, PPC, paid advertising will only get you so far. But if you look at the inquiry mix of a mature home, 50-60% of all of those inquiries will come from word of mouth local knowledge. And the sooner that you can get out into that community, the sooner you'll start generating those inquiries again. And it's about looking at a way that how, as a business, not what they can do for you, but what you can do for them ultimately, and how can you give back to that community and make an impact ultimately.
Because ultimately a lot of homes will have a resource to do things like events and things like that. I think if you work for a care home, you should be going to local business networking events.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there'll be, if you look up the Federation of Small Businesses, or business bars, just Google business networking groups in my town. They're normally an hour and a half on a Tuesday morning.
It doesn't take much time out of your day, does it?
And there'll be 40 people there, And I guarantee half of them in the room will have had some experience or know someone that's had experience with the care sector, and they'll be great advocates for you locally.
Absolutely.
I think it's really important.
I mean, we were talking about being responsive as part of this panel, and if you're the first care home out of the block in your local area to start going to business networking events, to actually physically go down to the wards, and be there, you're going to be the first point of call for anybody moving forward. And it can be really intimidating, looking at your community and going, where do I start? But actually, in your care homes, you're going to have 30, 40, 50, 70 people working there. And each one of those people are going to have a social life. They're going to be part of associations and clubs. They're going to be members of the WI or the Masons or the chess club or whatever it might be. So start by going back to your homes and going, right, let's do an audit of all of our team. Let's find out what they're involved in. Let's find out what they're interested in. And then use that to go, well, actually, Jimmy's part of the, is part of the Rotary Club. Let's go meet them. Or, Sandra's part of the WI. Let's get an introduction through her, and then that's where you can start
local
from.
Sports clubs, cricket clubs, football clubs, and a lot of these things will cost no money to be involved in. Or you do a little sponsorship thing and you pay 50 quid to be in the local magazine. It's not
exactly.
big money stuff.
It's not at all. And I think as I said earlier, if you're looking at what you can give back. So we talked on the panel about obviously how during the pandemic a lot of these community groups closed down for either lack of membership or lack of venue. Chartwell House, our home down in Broadstairs, they met with a local sight loss club they were like a lunch club, and they were going around different venues and not necessarily had the funding to do it every month. So we offered up our home to be a bi-monthly venue for them to come in and have a free course meal. Yes, we charge them sort of £10-15 just to cover our costs, but we put on entertainment, they have a full free course lunch, and it's helping that group be sustainable longer term. Even so much so that we another great example is we worked with the local sort of folk festival and created the first ever dementia-friendly folk festival, folk event at that event, and that's given back to the community because people, just because you're diagnosed with dementia doesn't mean you can't still be involved in your community, and to have an event which was really dementia-friendly, slightly quieter music, slightly lighter in terms of the environment. It was so busy.
In fact, it's probably more important than ever that they should be involved in the local community to give a sense of purpose. And in my coffee shop, we get lots of people who come in with their parents who've got suffering from dementia. And really helpful part of their routine that they come in. So, leading on nicely, then, one tip, piece of advice for someone. I mean, maybe.
Oh, blimey! One top tip. This is tricky. Well, I think. We can talk about events, we can talk about community engagement. Those subjects are covered quite well at the moment. But I think we need to get back to basics as a sector in terms of our inquiry management. When you get an inquiry through, pick up the phone. And if they've turned around to you and said, "Oh, we're not interested at the moment, maybe looking in a few months' time," keep following up. Follow up when you're say you're going to get a future date booked in the diary for the next time. Just be proactive, stay engaged, and just stay on top of that pipeline, and you'll grow your business and you'll grow your residents.
Sort out the inquiry management system.
Follow up
coming
every
from
time.
the director of sales and
Coming
marketing,
from a sales director,
you would say that.
No, exactly.
But I think, like I said, it's really important. Ultimately,
it's one-on-one.
Care homes are commercial entities. They need to be successful to be able to put money back in to make the care better. You need. Because
at the end of the day, if you're not picking up the phone to your inquiry, my team will be. So at the end of the day, you've got to be first out the block. It is a competitive market. Yes, there are a lack of beds in the sector, but there's only a finite number of people looking for care at any one time, and you need to be responsive to win that business ultimately.
Lovely. Well, thanks very much for coming.
Thank you, York.
I think we are going to go for a quick break now, are we? Yes, looks like we are. So thanks very much. Join us again in a few minutes for our next Meet the Speaker. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We are here with Paul. Hi Paul, how are you?
Very well, good to be here.
Yeah, good. Right, so can you tell us a bit about who you are and what you do then, Paul?
Yes, I'm Paul Richards from PWR Consulting. We're a health and social care management consultancy, generally helping care providers sort problems out.
Lovely, okay. What type of problems?
It could be issues with occupancy, with quality, it could be cultural challenges, problems in growing their business, all sorts of issues.
So just some outside brains that understand the sector to come in and go, you've got this problem and we can potentially help you with it, whatever it may be.
That's right. I'm a time-served care provider with over 35 years experience. I'm unusual. I've worked across the entire care spectrum, from day nurseries and early years to domiciliary care at scale and more recently some care homes. So I have a unique perspective having worked across the entire age range.
Oh, lovely. So what are you here speaking about today then?
Today I was speaking about the way that care homes are designed and furnished in particular, because it's a real hot topic. I mean, post-COVID, care homes have become quite a challenging proposition for many families confronting sending their mum into a setting they might feel is unsafe. And we were just exploring the opportunity to sort of add value and to reassure families that a care home can be a safe and appropriate setting for their loved ones through simple things like furnishings that have infection prevention control capabilities, for example. But we also spoke about the design of care homes and the fit out. My big thing is about care homes feeling domestic and accessible.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a big fan of the corporate template style provider.
Yeah. So make it more like a home, less like a hotel.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, it's very easy to be dazzled by the high value, feature-rich environments of cafes and cinemas. I always joke about the self-playing baby grand piano and flamingos on the lake. In reality, like the rest of us, we're all happy to stay in a 5-star hotel from time to time, but I'm sure the majority of people would prefer to be somewhere a bit more relaxed over time.
I guess it's that thing of you have kind of those non-functional items. Like you said, when you said that, I pictured a room that I remember, grand piano that nobody ever plays or uses, and these chairs that nobody ever sits on because they just sort of look, they're just not right, it's not homely, it's not inviting in the right way. So making spaces that are kind of usable.
And I think a lot of the care home marketing is really looking to target the eldest daughter who tends to be responsible for making that decision for her mum. But mum doesn't want to eat a 3 or 4 course dinner with drizzles and veloutés. Sometimes she wants beans on toast.
Yeah.
Sometimes she wants to watch TV with her slippers on.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm a big advocate of care homes really working around the resident and the residents themselves, rather than offering a kind of hotel-style environment.
I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's difficult, because often care is purchased by a care influencer, as you say, so someone within the family, because that person maybe doesn't have the capacity or the desire, or they've come out of hospital and they just need to find somewhere. So it's interesting how you say that marketing is pitched towards the daughter or the son with the cinema and the different things, and that aren't always used as features of the home.
And in my experience as a care operator, I was a chief exec of a regional care home group up until February this year. And the sort of folk coming into our care homes were generally a lot older, a lot more frail. And for many of those people, they were nursed in bed. Those facilities were wholly irrelevant. So thinking more about the environment of the bedroom itself, thinking about the technology that can be brought into the home, all those sorts of things are of real interest to me.
So have you got a little hint, tip for somebody working in the care sector that they could, as they're watching this, what could I do today to upgrade, make the life of someone in my team better, make the life of my residents better? You've got any thoughts on?
I think there's a big movement around recognising and nurturing your staff more. Back in the day, childcare, care homes, domiciliary care, big churn of staff because employers weren't always great. I think post-COVID, there's a greater recognition now that we need to look after our workforce. We need to attract people and retain them. And I think treating them properly, paying them more, is right to the heart of the matter. It's a big challenge still, because you can go off and get paid the same or more working in a supermarket potentially. But just treat your staff as well as you can, because
the thing is, that sort of is brought out a lot, isn't it? The argument about, oh, well, you can go and work for $11.50 in Asda, but there's a reason that people work in the care sector, because it's a really, really fulfilling place to work. You know, you're not going to get the same job satisfaction doing that same job in Asda. So it is about finding the right people, making that pitch in the right way. And like you said, I think, and you can see that across the whole kind of workforce market, where it is just a bit more employee focused, a bit more, because there's less people available. Suddenly companies go, actually, we kind of need to be nice to people now, don't we? We need to treat them fairly and respectfully and think about how they're feeling and what their needs are.
But the most vocationally driven people will burn out if the care home is under-resourced. They have too many agency staff working with them who don't know the setting or don't know the full-time staff, or you're repeatedly short-staffed on a shift. A lot of that goodwill and that vocation that drove people into the sector to begin with will erode.
Yeah.
And at some point, very sadly, they decide to move on.
So treat your staff better, pay them a little bit more if you can.
As much as you can, yes.
Lovely. Well, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you for your time. Great. Thank you.
Lovely. So I think we are going live to Alex, who is out somewhere in the show doing something crazy as ever. Over to you, Alex. Still me? I don't. We still might be live. We don't know.
Perfect. So we are back. York just had another interview, and we are currently at Radar. Hello. Nice to meet you. I've just got a couple of questions for you. So would you be able to tell me a little bit about yourself and a little bit about the company?
Absolutely. So I'm Marianne, I'm Chief Partnerships Officer at Radar. We have a quality, compliance, safety, risk toolkit that we service most healthcare organisations with. It's been brilliant getting to speak to loads of our customers, but also potential customers, and to kind of have this environment where we can show and tell our kind of modules and products is really exciting.
Definitely. So you're saying there that you're obviously talking to your clients, connecting. What else are you looking forward to being here at the event?
Oh, I don't know, because it's actually really good to go and get to speak to other providers as well. So part of my job is how we build out our tech ecosystem to make sure that we make the journey as seamless for frontline users as possible, and they have a kind of seamless journey through the different pieces of tech. So it's really good to be able to wander around and see those people, see people you know, meet familiar faces. It's really just cool from that whole perspective.
Definitely, absolutely. And you guys have an amazing stand here. It is so nice. I love that. I have a couple of questions which are just more fun questions. So we're trying to find out where people have travelled from today, who travelled the furthest. We travelled about 2 hours today. Where did you come from? How long did it take?
I came from Leeds yesterday, and it took about 3.5 hours. It wasn't that bad, actually. I came by train rather than car. I didn't risk the car.
I was going to say, I can only imagine there would have been some traffic, but 3.5 hours, I think that's actually the most we've had today, actually. Yeah, so fair enough, you're the winner so far. And also, our name is Five on a Bike. We get asked all the time where our name came from. So we're asking people where they think it came from, and then we're going to announce at the end of the 2 days what the actual answer is. So where do you think Five on a Bike came from?
Well, tell me, Five on a Bike?
Yeah.
Is it that 5 of you are out on a bike ride and we're having a chat, saying wouldn't it be cool? Have you got one of those kind of tandem bikes? I don't know.
Everyone has said a tandem bike. Nearly there, but not quite. But we'll find out in the next 2 days. But thank you so much. Is there anything else that you guys are doing here at the moment? I can see you've got, is it a coffee machine on your stall?
So we've got coffee, we've got there's really nice cookies, there's jelly beans if anyone likes jelly beans. This is one I'm not 100% certain on, but you know, if anyone wants to come for a trolley token, it's very useful, saves you £1. But we've got all kinds of freebies if anyone wants to come across, but yeah, definitely coffee.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, and we'll see you in a bit, probably tomorrow. Thank you. So, let's go and talk to somebody else, I think. Shall we, oh, step there, mind, Sakara. Let's go over here to another stall. I see another spinning wheel, but it looks a bit busy at the moment. But as far as we can see, that I'm having quite good luck today with all the little freebies and winning things. So I'm definitely going to have a go on that later. I want to find a nice, oh, who's this? Oh, they look busy. Oh my gosh, everyone's busy. Everyone's busy. Everyone's busy. Let's go over here. Hello. Hello, how are you? Yes, good, thank you. We are currently doing a live stream at the moment. Would I be able to ask you a couple of questions?
Probably best not.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just about to whiz off and phone.
Fair enough. Thank you. See you later. See, everyone's just so busy when they are here. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Ooh. So sorry. Hello. Hello. We're currently doing a live stream at the moment. Would I be able to ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect. So, would you be able to tell me a bit about yourself and a little bit about your company?
Yes, I'm Ed Cruth, the MD of NHC Group. We supply assisted bathing into the private healthcare sector, so large care home groups across the UK. We have a full range of engineers, cover the country, so from the south coast up into Scotland. All the products come with a maintenance programme. And we're here today for the first time at the Care Show. Good to be here, had a good few leads, networked with a lot of people, been on a few conferences and really enjoying the day.
Amazing. So you said it's your first time here at the Care Show. Do you think you'll be coming again? What have you found good about being here?
Yeah, I think since the pandemic, etc., it's really picked up. We've seen a lot more footfall, and yeah, we'd do it again. It's been it's good to be out there, proactive in the market space, and we'd definitely hedge our bets again on another stand.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Well, I think we're ready with another interview with York, so I think we're going to go back to the studio.
We're going live. Okay, we'll wing it. It's fine. We're live. What's
up, everybody?
I missed my cue. I'm so sorry. We are live again. Hi, I'm live with Lorcan. So
Talking with Lorcan.
Talking with Lorcan. Oh my God, it's a new show. We just birthed the concept here. Talking with Lorcan. So, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us who you are.
Absolutely, yeah. My name is Lorcan Murray. I am the marketing manager for Care Planner. We've recently been acquired by Nourish, so that's a huge boon for us. We're very excited about it. So, kind of here talking for Care Planner, but as part of the Nourish team and the whole family, bringing those two technologies together. I was talking on the technology stage about intelligent human care, and that was about how you can marry the potential of innovation within technology with the human element of care, which is its most intrinsic and valuable element. So how do we make sure that when we are innovating, when we are trying to make things more efficient, more effective, that we make sure that we only ever use technology in ways that benefit care, benefit the end users, whether that's the people in receipt of care, whether that's the people who provide that care, and how you can make sure that you don't pursue innovation in a disruptive way, which, if we're honest, is a fairly traditional way that innovation can come about through technology, and make sure it's always in a constructive way. And we were kind of discussing the different forms that takes. We talked a little bit about AI and automation. We talked about procurement. We talked about different features, interoperability between systems, which of course is a huge thing for us as Care Planner joining the Nourish team, and making sure that it's the right information, how you define the data points that you want to extract, because as people use technology more and more, the amount of data that's being gathered at all times is massive. But are you making sure you're picking the right points for your service, for the people who rely on your service?
I guess there's no point if you've got two data points in two different systems that are in essence the same thing and you want to merge, but one's called sausages and one's called pizza. It won't work if they're
Absolutely.
not.
And even more than that, between the technology systems, between different services, every care provider is different, right? So how do you make sure that the data points you're picking out of everything you've gathered through the care you provide are relevant to your carers, are relevant to the people who are in receipt of that care? And that can be a real challenge for a lot of people. It comes about through collaboration. It comes about through constantly staying engaged with the providers that make sure how you harness that data is properly effective and in support of the human aspect of care. And to me, that's where human or intelligent care design really comes into it.
And so how does that boil down for someone who receives care? How do you make that technology, that data, make someone's life better?
By collaborating throughout every stage of the process. So when you're trying to work out what the relevant data points are for your service, you really need to look at how is your service provided, how is your service received, what impact does it make. So say we're talking about home care, to get specific. If you are looking at the visits that you do throughout a day and you're trying to optimize those so the route follows a logical geographic pattern so that there's very little wait time so that they can easily make it around, are you making the day easier for the carer? Are you making sure that the extra time they gain through that process then is extra time they can spend with the people who rely on that care? Or are you simply trying to cram the day full of visits? And that's the real, when you work out through collaboration, through the care, it's like, okay, this is what my experience of it was. You can start to pick out those little points and really optimize them without losing sight of the crucial human element.
And without making that loads of work for somebody, using the technology, the AI, to do the grunt work so that output is...
Well, that's it exactly. What you describe as the grunt work. Technology should make things efficient, right? It should take care of the manual labor of exchanging information, of passing files. It should take care of that, but it can't really replace the human connection, and it shouldn't. And it's about where do you find that demarcation point? Where you say, okay, up to here, that's fine. And you touched on AI. For me, when you start to have the ethical discussion about AI, it's what can you let AI make a decision on and what has to be a human decision. And in a lot of instances, the human decision comes down to approving who's going to be on that appointment, approving the activities. But you can use AI when it's set up so that it gathers all the information you want it to gather on the data points you have defined through collaboration, so that when you then look immediately, rather than going through files and papers and all these documents, you can just look and say, okay, here's the travel time, here's the activity, here's their level of engagement, here's what they enjoy, here's the appointment history and the important points on that. So here are the skills, here's the things they like to do, this care is also engaged with them. Have you set up the level of relationship they have? Because that's another thing that you can track to an extent. And then when you have that list of information, then the human decision comes in. So you can automate a lot of the gathering of that information, the presentation of that information, but then the action upon that information once it's gathered has to remain human, and that's...
It's that kind of thing of the AI can helicopter view and look at taking all the data, but then that ultimate, that action that
the decision has to stay human.
Yeah.
Because when you start letting AI make those decisions, you get Skynet. No. But in a very real way, you start to dehumanize something which is intrinsically and inescapably human, and that's social care.
Yeah. Lovely. So, have you got a quick tip for someone who's watching this, works in the care sector, a way that they can, simple thing they can do to kind of help their day-to-day, help their residents receive better care? You've got an idea of something you can share?
Absolutely. It's collaboration. It's always collaboration. Are you having those conversations with people? A lot of the time it can be overwhelming. And collaboration isn't just between your carers and the people who they care for. It's also collaboration between your technology partner. How do you work for that? So when you're purchasing, yes, you purchase for functionality, but also purchase for culture. Just like you hire for culture, it's easier to align your perspective, align your view on care with somebody and then build something together when you're hiring for carers. It's the exact same with technology. Rather than just saying, all right, it has this functionality, we don't quite agree on the application of the technology. Do you align with the people you're going to be working with? And that leads to very productive, collaborative relationships. So remember the power you have, and at the core of everything is human connection when it comes to social care. That doesn't change when you're dealing with a supplier, when you're picking the right technology, or when you're hiring carers.
Nice. Thanks very much for coming to see us today.
A pleasure, York.
Thank you. I'm just going to say we are going on a short break now. We'll be back soon. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with Russell. How are you, Russell?
Very good, thank you. A bit of a sore back now. We've been here for a few hours, and it's getting to that point where I'm glad I have an opportunity to sit down and talk to you, to be honest.
Nice. Well, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us who you are and what you do.
Yes, so I'm Russell Pillar. I'm an interiors consultant, is my official title. But I'm a founder of a business called Interiors by Amara Hammond, which is focusing on all things interiors, interior design, interior fit out, project management, exclusively to care homes, working in the care sector. That is what we're all about.
Lovely. Okay. Well, so you're here today doing some talks. What have you been talking about?
Yeah, we have indeed. Funnily enough, been talking about interiors.
As you would, I imagine.
Yeah. No, we were on a panel discussion just over on the Design, Build and Environments Theatre, and it was actually quite well attended. Quite chuffed about that. But we were talking about how interiors can be used strategically to market your home, and actually, everyone knows that care homes in the last 3 years have been really hit with financial pressures, constraints, and it's been difficult to still operate at a profit. And care homes are like any other business; they have to be profitable, even although the demand for care is always there. So it's how they can use interiors to basically attract those maybe self-funding clients that can get the right first impression when they come to the home, have a look, and they get that sort of feeling when they walk in of, I really want my mum to be here, I feel comfortable with my dad and my mum coming to this home, as for visitors coming, prospective clients.
So what were sort of some things that came up, some ideas for people?
Yeah, there's a few things that came up. Obviously first impressions is the key thing, and then as you continue through the home, getting that consistency. We were there along with Debbie Harris from Autumna, I think it's
She was here earlier speaking. She actually mentioned that talk. So
excellent. We're all on the same page. No, we were talking about how there is. Some people say, it's no use trying to get self-funders. There isn't enough of them for us to get them. And what we're trying to say is actually, the demographic, some areas are different to others, but actually there is a case to be made for it. And so the key point is that if, say, you've got a large bedroom in a care home, and I've been getting some clients come back to me and say, we're going to partition it, divide it in half and create 2 bedrooms so we can get more money. And I've been trying to turn that on its head and say, actually, how about if you've got that nice big room, why don't you turn it into a luxury suite that you can market at double the price, and there will be people that want that, they'll pay for it, because it's more like a home for them.
Yeah.
That's one of the key things, is that what we've been trying to drive at. A few interesting points.
Yeah. I guess it's a big part of the process for people when they're having to interact with care is that the guilt the family feel about having to put one of their family members in care, and so anything that can be done to help kind of alleviate that idea, like if mum has to go to a home, I want it to be really, really high quality, I want to make sure that the care's great and it looks great and the furnishing's good and that mum feels comfortable, right?
Yeah, I mean historically, care homes, when it comes to furnishing a care home, the focus has been on the care aspect, which is a right motivation, but it's ended up with something that's perhaps looking a bit more clinical. And 20 years ago, you didn't really have too much other options. But now there's been such great advancements in your fabric options, your flooring options, that you can tick all those care boxes that you need to tick, but still have something which looks great, it looks homely, it's comfortable, it's cosy, it's a space that people actually want to spend time in.
Yeah. So is it more about, you feel it's more about making a homely space, like something that feels like could be someone's home, rather than a luxury space that you feel you're a guest in? Is that?
No, absolutely. It's there's been quite a drive in the last 10 years to go down the hotel look, and there's been some quite luxury hotel looking places, and there's a market for that, but that's not what everyone wants. So we've been trying to get much more of a demand now to get that homely look, where it's comfortable, it's cosy, but it's not this hotel, because let's face it, I mean, with someone living with dementia, if they're in a hotel-style environment, are they going to feel like they're at home, or do they think they're on holiday? In which case, they'll be saying, "Can I go home now?" Whereas if it's a place that they actually feel like they can call their home, it's going to make life a lot better for someone living with dementia.
Yeah. So have you got a nice little hint or tip that someone used? I think you mentioned earlier something to do with converting rooms and things.
Yeah, a couple of options. One was about making use of your big spaces in a care home. But another thing that I was thinking of, which actually came through in what we were talking earlier, was about being authentic, be you, show that, let that caring thing come to the fore. They were talking about marketing, and they were saying that there's some care companies that actually use stock images to market their care home.
I mean, lots of them do.
Lots of them do.
Lots of them do, yeah.
And it's not them. Be you. And what you'll find is that people will buy into that more than something which is off a stock image website.
I think it's interesting because with stock images, I don't think necessarily people know they're stock images. I think they just don't get a good feeling. Right? It doesn't create that connection because there is something about it that looks stilted and weird.
It's all a bit sleek, a bit too sleek.
A bit too slick, so you have to find that balance of kind of making it look... Yeah, and that's difficult for us as professional video makers, that we have to fine-tune something and then take the edge off of it, right, to make it feel more genuine and more honest, and yeah, it's a really interesting sort of thing to do. So
let that genuine care come to the fore.
Lovely. Well, thank you for coming in today, and we are now going to go to a interview that's re-recorded with Ben Miller.
Give me a sort of overview about what you're planning on talking about at the care show this year.
My main focus is, well, the panel's mental health, and I was asked to attend because of a video that I posted on social media where I was recalling a time in early 2021 where, as a care home manager, I was up to my eyeballs in so much. I was very overwhelmed, very stressed, and I was considering calling it a day. And I reached a point where I lashed out on LinkedIn, on social media, basically said, I can't do it, I'm drowning. I was going through a really rubbish time. And somebody reached out to me, or quite a few people reached out to me actually, but somebody that I hadn't met before on LinkedIn reached out to me and offered me some coaching / therapy to help talk me through what was going on. And with her support, I was able to get through the problems that we had. There were multitude, global pandemic, massive safeguarding, disciplinary action. I just felt like a massive failure. And I'm going to talk about how the support I had helped and got me through that time, what I should have done rather than lashing out on social media, and things that I do now to try and help me not get to that stage again. So I don't have a presentation planned per se. I don't think it's something that I can really put into a PowerPoint. But one of the things that it helped me realize is how much that I needed to improve the mental health support care that we give here. So it's also looking at what I do to try and help people with their mental health in their roles, not just here, but in other settings as well, because I do mentoring and coaching as well for other managers now.
Yeah, so why do you think it's, so important, particularly in the sort of social care sector, to put a focus on mental health?
Very stressful job, high burnout rates, and I work sometimes with Sophie Coulthard from the Judgment Index, and one thing that she helped me realise is that this is a sector, where people are very critical of themselves and the work they do, and this is a job where you make a mistake, someone's possibly going to be upset, distressed, injured in some way, shape or form. So it's a job that naturally people have to be critical about themselves in, because like I said, a mistake is quite a bad thing to make. So it's about helping people become a lot more self-aware and not just realize their faults, but the very positive things that they do and how their actions can positively impact on so many different people, not just people they're providing care for, but their families, the team they work in, and help them have that gratitude for what they do.
Would you be able to maybe give us an example of a lesson you've learned about sort of leading a care service with sort of mental health advocacy in mind?
You can never do too much. It's really important to make sure that you are making it known to people what avenues they need to take, because one of the things that I found is you can put up as many notices as you want. At the end of the day, people can look at notices that'll say, if you're struggling, come and talk to me. But they find it so hard to take that leap and actually do it. And sometimes you need to push them. And sometimes you need to identify people who are struggling. And that might be because their body language isn't the way that it previously is, their behavior's changed. And it's identifying that and making the first move sometimes. And for example, I've brought in the services of a wellbeing chaplain. So we're the only care home in the area that utilises this feature. So this is someone who is completely independent to us, who can be completely confidential, and used to be a nurse as well to boot, which is even more beneficial. And so I have been known to, if someone is struggling but not really opening up, I have been known to bring her in and basically sit with someone and go, I don't think anything's quite right here. I don't think you're quite right. So here's Nikki. If I'm wrong, you get a cup of tea and a chat with her. Worst case scenario. If I'm right, maybe it's worth talking to her, and then leave the room and let them do their thing. And it's completely confidential. And yeah, it's their prerogative, but sometimes knowing that someone cares enough to put them in that position is enough to get them to open up. And I'm aware I can't do it on my own. So it's also about empowering people to recognise when others are struggling and helping them identify what to do in those circumstances.
Yeah, I guess that kind of answers my question. I was just going to ask next, what would be your sort of advice about approaching somebody if you do suspect that, they're potentially experiencing some mental health challenges?
You need to know them. So there are generally two approaches, I would say. The first one is the not so tactful approach, where you sit someone down and go, there's something wrong, tell me what it is, and hope that the shock factor will spur them into telling you. Or there's a nice approach, which is the coaching approach, which is just approaching them, offering them a drink, sitting them down, and I get the feeling something's not quite right, you're not yourself, is there anything I can do? And offer that compassionate approach. And it depends on the person. I mean, I've got people who wouldn't respond to a compassionate approach because of the way they are. They need the shock factor, or they need, they need people to be upfront and direct with them. And likewise, if you were direct with some of my team, they would run a mile. So you need to know them. And there have been times where I've had to bring someone else in, where someone said to me, someone's struggling, and I've had to go, right, that I'm the wrong person for that because of whatever circumstances. I'm the manager, and they really don't get on with authority. It scares them. So I'd be better off sending this person to go and talk to them because they're less intimidating than me. So it's about identifying those features and utilizing them. And it's a crapshoot sometimes, because sometimes people will just sit there and deny even there is blatantly something wrong. Sometimes people will unload far too much, and then you're in a difficult situation of maybe having to, go to safeguarding or something like that. It's difficult. And also it's about being mindful for yourself as well, because as Lucy Buxton, who helped me through my difficult time, helped me realise we've all got emotional buckets. And when you're taking on other people's emotional trauma and stress as well, that's going to fill your bucket up and drain you as well. So it's really important that you have the outlets to express yourself to others, or in a healthy way, so that you're not getting burnt out listening to other people.
And do you have any tips for how people can take a more sort of preventative approach to managing the mental health, either their own mental health or that of their workforce?
There's so many resources out there now. It's been a big key feature for so long that anyone who doesn't know what to do by now, aside from a few outliers, there are people here that are struggling with mental health that unfortunately it's beyond my pay grade to support them. The only thing I can do is say, go to your doctor, I'm really sorry. But in terms of what you can do for your team, if you look at someone like Sophie Coulthard on LinkedIn and the judgment index and the things they offer, and she's very critical of a variety of things that people think are helpful but aren't, like pool tables in the staff room and those sorts of things that look good but don't actually do a great deal. Sometimes it's the little things, checking in on people, familiarizing yourself with them and identifying when they might have a problem. One of the things I've started doing now is stop giving shit coffee. So now I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, sorry, but going to Tesco's and getting the Nescafe caramel lattes, which go down a treat, rather than giving the bog standard powdered or granulated dissolvable coffee. Those sorts of things can really brighten up people's days. And it's taken the time. I mean, we ask in my interview questions, whenever I interview somebody, one of the things that I ask is, how do you want your management team to show they are grateful for the work that you do? And every single person I've ever interviewed, they've always said, I just want a thank you face to face. And sometimes having that level of gratitude can be enough to make people happier in their work. And that can lessen the risk of burnout or crashing. And yeah, sometimes it's normally the little things that help far more than the great grandiose gestures and kind of rewarding people grandiosely with, if you have 100% attendance, we'll pay for you to have a stay at a hotel or something like that. Something that a lot of places aren't feasible. It's the little things, it's the little personal touches that make things a lot better for people sometimes.
I think my final question then is just, how can social care leaders become more informed about mental health issues? And I guess, where would be a good starting point if they want to start making more of an effort to pay attention to the mental health, their own mental health or that of the workforce?
First thing they've got to do is talk to their team and identify what needs to be done. Because what works for my team might not work for someone else's team, won't work for someone else's team. There isn't a one-size-fits-all approach, and what suits your team in 2023 might not suit them in 2025. So the first thing I would recommend is having a look at the team, sitting down with them and identifying what they need. Then the next steps are, once you know roughly what they need, or even have a vague idea, that's where you start. Like I said, there are people like Sophie Coulthard, Judgment Index or Axio Grow. You've got a variety of wellbeing people on LinkedIn. Skills for Care have got some really useful resources. There's a variety of training companies that will offer courses where they will come in and maybe teach your team how to do mindfulness or how to do self-care and look after themselves. There's so many things, and I couldn't just pick one because, like I said, what works here with having mental health first aiders, having wellbeing cafes, having a wellbeing chaplain, having a lot of one-to-one support from management might not work in another setting because they don't get to see management as dom care, for example, in which case you might need something slightly different. So it's all about what is going to benefit the team and also what's affordable and feasible for you as well. Because if you're a brand new company that's only just started and hasn't got many clients, for example, maybe it's not financially feasible to invest in a bespoke training course on mindfulness and the art of wellbeing. And that's something you need to save and maybe do something smaller, do your own little course and disseminate information to other people. But yeah, the first thing I would always recommend doing is looking at the team and what they need and what you can do to support them.
another little break. Again, this is our stand, and we're going to go over here and talk to Possum. So follow me. Hello, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Would you be able to tell me a little bit about yourself and tell me about the company?
Yeah, of course. So I'm from here today exhibiting for Possum Limited. We provide assistive technology and that is in the form of telecare and environmental controls. So the whole ethos of our company is to try and promote safety, independence and enhance people's lives through technology.
Amazing. And what are you guys hoping to get out of this event and what are you most looking forward to? I know it's getting towards the end of the first day. So yeah, what are you trying to get out from here?
I think one of the main things is brand awareness. So majority of our competitors don't come to this show. However, I think because of our wanting to engage with the care home market a little bit more and just really get the word out about what Possum do. And yeah, just see if we can get any leads and just spread the word and make people aware we're here and we really do enhance people's lives. So.
Amazing. I definitely think events like this, it's just getting your name out there, and the more events you go to, isn't it? People recognise you and they keep coming back and they're like, oh, it's you again. So I guess that's what's good about coming to events.
Totally, and I think it's a great networking opportunity. You know, it's great to see people that you potentially worked with in the past. That your kind of ethos is aligned, and also I think it's an amazing opportunity to actually learn about everybody else and what we all do and how we all can support people holistically, really. So.
Yeah, definitely. I've got two questions. They're more fun questions. So we travelled about 2 hours to come here this morning. So we want to know where everyone else has come from and how far they have travelled.
Okay, so I'm a bit boring. I live in Worcestershire, so it's only about 45 minutes from me. However, my colleagues have come from York, from Milton Keynes, and from Gloucestershire. So together we've come from different parts of the country. I would say the longest journey would be about 4 hours from Yorkshire, so that's probably the winner in our team. Yeah,
I think that's the winner of the day so far, actually. Oh my god! But that's quite nice. I guess you're all remote working then, and you come here and actually see each other, which is really nice.
It actually is. So we typically stay the night before, so we were able to set the stand up, and it's a really nice team building exercise as well. So we actually get to see each other. Update one another and just have a bit of fun, really. So yeah,
definitely. My last question is, so our name is Five on a Bike and everyone always asks where did the name come from, so we're asking everyone where you think the name came from, and then on the end of the second day we will let you know. So what do you think?
Oh, on the spot. Okay, I would say that maybe it started off with 5 of you and you don't drive. I don't know.
Imagine 5 of us driving to a shoot on a bike. Love that. I think it could work.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably imagine no one else has said that, so there we go.
I mean, no one has said that, but it's a good answer. That's good. Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. And you're right opposite us, so we'll see you in a moment anyway. Thank you. See you. Perfect. Oh, wasn't that lovely? Right, okay. Please, may I have one? Thank you. I actually don't eat chocolate. But if I were to eat chocolate, this is the thing that would sway me, because I love these so much. But I can only imagine somebody else in the team will want that later. Fantastic. Let's go over here and see what there is. I don't think we've walked down here at all today. Hello. Hi, we are doing a live stream. Would you be able to just tell me a little bit about you and your company?
Yeah, Gareth, come here then. Oh, he's good. Yeah, so we're FireRight. We're based in Philly, Cardiff. We offer all things fire safety. We've been going for 20 years and just grown and grown, basically. Started off as fire alarm installers and maintenance, and now we offer everything under one roof.
Amazing. And what are you guys trying to get from this event, and what's happened so far for you guys?
So we deal with a lot of care homes as well, so it's nice to speak to other care homes and explain to them what we can offer, you know, because we're everything under one roof rather than having to go to many different places.
Amazing. And are you guys here tomorrow as well?
We are, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Well, lovely. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later. Bye. It's the Dulex dog. Oh, what is this? What is this? I'm not too sure. Okay, let's move on. I don't know what that is. Anyone fancy a massage? I can only imagine that is very relaxing, but I feel like it'll be quite, what's the word? Everyone looking at you getting a massage, a bit odd, isn't it? Anyway, hello. We're currently doing a live stream. Would anyone be interested in just answering a couple of questions about what you are, what you do? Everyone always walks away from me when I ask. It's fine. I just have I have 2 questions. It's fine. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you guys do?
I'm Steph. I am the stylist here at Care Home Interiors. We've just launched a new company where we're doing cushions and backs of chairs with pictures, and we're also doing rental furniture where you can rent the wardrobes, the dresser drawers. That's basically, we're an interior design company, so.
Amazing. And could you tell me what the benefits are of having these photos on furniture?
Well, it helps the ever dementia patient. It will remember her it will help them remember their life and just, I can do these cushions that might help more. So this will explain a bit about to the nurses that come and visit the residents. So it will spark conversation because they'll forget, obviously. So they'll remember. And then for the customer, it would be nice for them to look back as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really lovely idea, and I guess it also allows their family members to have memories when they come and visit their loved one and everything, which is so nice.
Yeah, and they'll be able to keep that as well and keep the chairs, so they'll remember that.
Love that. Oh, lovely. Well, you guys have a huge stand. Is this all of you? Is all of this?
That's everything. Yeah, we've got everything. And we've started doing some bedding now as well, and duvets and pillows and throws and diffusers and candles.
You do it all. Amazing. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much for letting us know what you do, and we'll see you later. Perfect. I'm going to come this way because apparently there's something in here. I don't know if I'm allowed in here though. Should we just have a look? Can I just go in? Am I allowed to go in? Hello. Can we go through here? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, are you going? Oh, there's a step there, mind. Oh, mind. Oh. It's a beer and bubbly lounge. Oh, lovely. I feel like people are all having meetings in here. Oh, look, these are some of the things maybe they were talking about. Lovely. Hello, no, it's fine. No, it's okay. Okay, let's back up. Oh, people can... Okay, right, let's go. Let's find something else. Perfect. Let's head on down here. Let's see, because I keep winning at these freebie spin the wheel things. So let's see if we can find another one, and then I can hopefully win something else. I can't wait to take all of our stuff to the office that we've won today. Let's go. Oh, that's the wheel I did earlier. Oh my gosh. Anyone else? Hello. We're doing a live stream at the moment. Would I be able to ask you a couple of questions a bit about your company, what you do?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. So, as I just said, tell me a bit about yourself and what you guys do.
Hi, so I'm Sarah. I'm marketing director at Aquella. We're a connected technology platform, and we do nurse call, sensor-based fall prevention, as well as real-time location with regards to staff tracking, etc. So yes.
Amazing. And what have you guys wanting to get out of this event, and what have you enjoyed so far about today?
So the event has been busy, and I think feedback, I wasn't at the last two that Aquella did here, but every year it's getting busier and busier. You can definitely tell there's a lot of hustle and bustle, which is great. We've been busy constantly, and I just think that's kind of ideal. The thing we're mainly trying to get out of it is obviously leads. I think that's what everyone's looking for, and meeting lots of people. But really, it's brand awareness, and I think we've been able to do that today.
Definitely, I think it's definitely been quite busy today, which is obviously beneficial for everyone. But yeah, it's a lovely stand as well that you guys have.
Thank you.
Very nice. Well, I'll leave you to it, and we'll see you later. Perfect. Thank you. Are they actually though? Hello, how are you?
Very well.
Good. Well, we're currently doing a live stream at the moment.
Hello.
And is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Absolutely. Fire away.
Perfect. So I just heard a little bit about what you guys do. Is there anything else that you can add at all? Anything else that you would like to let anyone know about?
Well, I can give you some breaking news. So I'm joined here today by Rob Fredericks and Sebastian from Nobi. They're not exhibiting, but we are absolutely delighted at Aquila to announce that we're integrated with Nobi in the UK, which is absolutely fantastic news. So Nobi is a light that also does fall detection, fall prevention, so there's a lot of behavioural insight comes from it. We've got some videos that we can show people as they come round, so come and see us. C52. Rob's here for a couple of days. I think Sebastian, you are as well.
Yeah. Tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, so he's flown in specially. So yeah, for Belgium was it?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so really, you've caught us right now as we're sort of doing the whole thing. So yeah, really exciting news. That's part of our Aquila Sense offering. But Nobi Light is phenomenal at what it does. Got some amazing case studies, Rob.
Yeah, so we've just done a case study up in Cumbria with a care home. They started off with a pilot of 8 rooms to try on our Nobi lights. 6-month pilot was the idea. After 3 months, they were like, you know what, actually, let's roll this out throughout the care home. So yeah, so going really well. Seeing a huge reduction in falls, and very shortly about to bring out those results to the public. So really exciting times.
Really exciting times. That's amazing.
There you go. You got headlines straight away.
Oh my goodness. Could I ask, what are the benefits then of you guys partnering up then?
Well, do you know what, the sector knowledge as well. So I think that there's a lot of benefits from the point of view of these guys are the clever guys when it comes to technology and doing fall detection and prevention through their hardware, where we are the clever guys with the software. So Aquila are a software-based nurse call company, as Sarah has mentioned earlier. Software-based means that integration is seamless, but also it means that we can change the software to meet the pain points of the individual. So the big moral or the big story behind Aquila is about capturing the moments of care at the point of care. Nobi give us that opportunity to take the data to say that's when a carer walked in. And there's lots of other stuff around Aquila Move and all these other things I'm sure Sarah mentioned, but yeah, the partnership, Partnership is really important because you've got all these care service providers out there right now that want to deliver the best care possible. There isn't one company can do that, so it's a multiple companies coming together. And that's where we work with Pain Check, we work with Person Centred, we work with Nourish, we work with lots of different organisations. So we're the glue that bring it all together. And it's a real privilege to be part of it, to be honest. It's really exciting times.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that. Congratulations, all of you as well. I will leave you to it in your meeting. Very important meeting, it seems. And we'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Well, look at that. Look at that. So we had some exclusive information there, which was very exciting. But I think we're ready to head back to the studio. So see you guys later.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're here with a man whose name I cannot pronounce, so I'm not even going to attempt. Would you like to introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, hi, so my name's Geraint Thomas. I run a company called Guided Innovation.
Cool. What does it do? Tell us a little bit about what it does.
All right, we're a fantastic company. We are really passionate about social care digitalising. So we offer free advice to care leaders who are looking to solve their problems with cool tech. If they take that free advice, hopefully they might procure our services to then implement that technology across their company.
So you've got a kind of, you're a partner of the care show like we are, a purple stand. people are coming and they can go to your stands and go, I need a X, and then you'll help direct them to the right companies.
It's the coolest thing the Care Show has done for years. So one of the problems with the Care Show has always been, I invite care companies to come and visit, and then I ask them how did it go, and they go, I got stuck speaking to a salesperson that I didn't even want to buy their system, but they were so nice. And they go quite confused. So this year we have the Technology Concierge Lounge. Anybody can come up to us and say, hi, we're looking for technology to keep my staff retained and happy. We're looking to reduce falls. We're looking to help with medication errors. And we offer independent advice. We have learnt every company in this massive building. And we will walk you around the stands that you really need to see before going home. So yeah, fantastic service.
Lovely. So you've been speaking today. What have you been speaking about?
We did a fantastic talk today. We kind of ranked software products based on staff well-being.
Okay.
So if you are trying to help your staff with mental well-being, help your staff with the cost of living crisis right now, then we kind of rank the kind of products you might want to think of procuring specifically with that goal. Not to say there's anything negative about other systems. Technology is a fantastic solution because, you know, risk reduction, quality increase, but specifically the talk was, and it was a bit cheesy, we did a kind of higher and lower, you know, which products have higher or lower benefits for staff. And yeah, well received.
Lovely, okay. So around that stuff then, like, which products are good? Like, who should, if you're coming and you're looking for stuff, who should we be looking at?
All right, let me tell you three things straight off the bat. You've probably digitalised your HR and payroll. If you haven't, do it. Massive, simple benefits, and I refer to it as firm foundations. You can now build on that. Yeah. What's your first brick you lay after that?
Back to that one, I don't understand how companies can function without payroll, rotoring. How do you do it? Like, so I've got a coffee shop and I have 10 staff at the coffee shop. Without a digital system which does the rotoring, I don't know what on earth I'd do. Because really, people can swap shifts and I'm like, how do you do it for a care home that employs 60 people? It's nuts.
A message to anybody that's viewing this. Excel is not a digital solution. It might be digital, but please, if you're using Excel and things like that, there's something better out there, and they're not necessarily expensive. So please do that first. Yeah. Second, electronic rostering. Okay. You've probably heard of this. It's been around a while now. Instant benefit. It's one of the only digital solutions you can buy that will pay for itself in the first year. The return on investment on a rostering system is phenomenal. First year will pay for itself at least, with multipliers up to 3-4 times. So please procure a rostering system next. And then the one that no one's heard of, salary drawdown solutions. Okay. Now this was really interesting. It allows people, staff, carers, some of the lowest paid people in the UK, to access their wage before payday. Okay. I heard the gasp. But there's a way of doing this right. Sadly, so many carers rely on payday loans. It's the sad truth. A salary drawdown solution attaches to your rostering system and your payroll system. Guess why I say do this third? Yeah. It will show you on an app how much you've earned on shift. You can press a button, pay £1.60, and that shift's money goes straight into your account. Yeah. Now, please don't turn this on for the whole salary. From day one, let me recommend this. Turn it on for overtime shifts. Okay. Every overtime shift you work becomes available to cash in before you leave your shift. There are 3 types of care worker that you'll have in your organisation. Those that won't touch it with a barge pole because they feel like, why should I pay to get my money? I'll wait. That's fine. The second group are ones that won't generally use it, but the car fails the MOT, they break their glasses, the washing machine's packed in, they need cash quickly, they will turn to payday loans or friends. Instead, they can work a weekend, cash that money in straight away and pay for it. those people will really value this kind of technology. And then the third one's my favourite. They're your staff that are going to go ow ow on a Friday. Prolific users of this technology.
Yeah.
They will work late on a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday, and they'll just cash it in quite happily to go out. Work-life balance for your staff, really important. So, buy those 3 products. It will attract staff. Staff are getting younger and younger year on year. It really attracts and retains those staff. So, great question. Buy those 3 products.
Nice. Okay, perfect. So, well, I'd say one tip then. Do you have a different tip? No, we're great tips.
Yeah, look, let me go away from what I do for a living. This is something that I have tried and tested 100 times in social care when I've helped them. You've got amazing staff. Lots of care companies are good at managing their staff, but not many are really good at looking after their staff. So let me give you this one tip, please. If you see a member of staff is starting to be late for shifts, not smiling as much, tired, not interacting with their friends as much, if you pick up on any of these things, without delay, take them for a coffee. Really simple. Don't book in a one-to-one. Don't have the coffee in the care environment. Go to a coffee house nearby, outside of it. Just take them for the coffee. The amount that I have seen come out of people when you do that, you will solve that so much quicker and so much better. Take staff for coffees.
Nice. Perfect. Right. So, thank you for joining us.
No,
we are
brilliant.
now going to add someone else. Someone else is going to come in and join us. A man, the legend. That is Mr. Daniel Casson. Hello.
Can't let this go without seeing.
So, Daniel, you've asked to join us. Yeah, I guess you've got some good things to say about this gentleman here. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I just thought, no, because I've been working with Geraint for the past 6 months or so, and honestly, it's opened my eyes to so many things. So we just love working together because we've both got an independent view on what's happening in the sector. To say we want to do so much, there's so much potential here, and we just want people talking and innovating, doing new things, and not being afraid to take things on. And that's some of the atmosphere I'm getting from here today. Is that people are ready for that message?
Yeah, most definitely. So, for anybody who doesn't know Daniel Casson, he is a bit of a legend in the sector already. Been around for a while, but what Daniel's so fantastic at doing is inspiring people through the use of technology. Please engage him whenever possible because he's going to really nail that. And you're right, Daniel. Hasn't it been fun? The sector, like I said earlier, we've got this concierge technology lounge. People are coming to us and saying, I'm at the care show today to buy care tech. And I've never heard it said more often than I have at this show today.
But we're guiding them. I mean,
yes.
So, guided innovation, guiding people to where they need to be. And he talks about me as a legend. I've learned so much off Geraint because he's got the real knowledge. I just add a little bit of cherry on the top. And that's why we both work on the care tech guide.
Yeah. Do you feel like there's we've been through some interesting times in the last sort of 5 years in the care sector. We've had the sort of COVID times, it's still here. We've had energy crisis and it's still here. Recruitment crisis, still here. Is the wind changing? Is there something new? Like you're saying, people are coming and saying, we are buying care planning software, we are buying it. Do you feel like there's a change?
There is a massive change. People are ready for new technology. What I'm seeing is, though, we're seeing parts of the market really taking off. We still need to grapple with the issue of people who are publicly funded, local authority people, accessing the best quality of care. And I think that's still an issue for the sector. We're dealing with a lot of people who take on new technology and bring new ways of caring. I think the message needs to be across the whole sector, not just parts that we're seeing. I mean, is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. It has fundamentally changed. Conversations I've had with people who lead the sector and run care operations, they used to say, why do I need to digitalise? Yeah. And things like that. But now the dialogue is, where do I start? What's good, bad, ugly? What could go wrong? How do I implement this?
But what we're starting to do is we're trying to prove the value of it.
Yes, it's all about proving that value. And the stakeholders that Daniel just spoke about, some people get it and they've got funding and budget and they can do it on their own. Others are tentative, cautious. They're the ones that need the support.
I think it's like you said, I'd never really thought about that idea of bringing in an organisation to help with that change. I think you and me have had multiple conversations in the past about, great, this software comes in, but if you don't implement it properly, you might as well not even have it. In fact, it probably makes your business worse because you've just got this thing that's costing you a load of money,
and
that
it's
nobody's
sitting in a room
using,
somewhere.
sitting in a room somewhere, the data's not there, half of the people are not using it, So actually, organisations that fill that gap and help companies, and whether that's one single care home or a group of 10 or a group of 50, I think you need dedicated people thinking about that change management.
I've got a question for Geraint here. So when you and Blythe set up guided innovation, did you see that need? Did you see the mushrooming of possibilities in care tech?
So I was a bit naive, a bit cautious. When I set up guided innovation, I set it up to inspire the sector to digitalise. And I said to myself when I did it, Geraint, the day the sector wakes up and realises it needs to digitalise, my company ceases to exist. I couldn't be more wrong.
This is a turkey voting for Christmas here.
What?
I mean, the next thing that's going to come along, once everybody, we're mandated now, right, by 2025 to have care plans.
Yeah, definitely.
So once that's done, then there'll be, we picked the wrong one, let's change.
It's not quite mandated. The target is by March 2024 to have 80% of care providers with digital care plans. Okay, that's where we've got to get to.
But we need, not benefits around sensors, not benefits around medication administration, not benefits about robotics.
What's changing? Sorry, we like to talk about it. What's changing is the fact that people are seeing not implementing new technology. That's one side. It's actually changing the way we work. It's actually, now we're seeing the benefits. Digital care planning, for example, is not just doing digitally what you used to do analogically. It's actually changing how you can work. You can be more predictive. You can plan people's day. You can actually take burden off the health sector by creating better quality of life, better ongoing conditions for people. And that's what we're seeing, a real step change now.
It can be easy to forget that when we talk about technology, that this ultimately is to give people who need to use care services a better outcome.
Well, not just people who need to use care services. Sorry, Geraint. People who need to use, it's people actually doing the caring. So whether unpaid carers, professional carers, care teams, management teams, it's them that are also benefiting as well. We look at technology and how people are recruiting, saying we're technology based here, and that's bringing a new cadre of people into. I don't talk about the care sector. Adam Pennell told me not to talk about the care sector. We're not a sector, we're a community. Into the care community.
Love that. Love that.
Love it.
A massive piece of advice to kind of sum this up is, if you procure a technology, install it, turn it on, put data in it, train my staff, that's not going live on a piece of technology. You're not live until you have reimagined the way you deliver care, your internal processes, your models of care.
Exactly,
now that you're equipped with that tech, now you're equipped with EMR, rostering, care planning, robotics, sensors, reimagine.
Can I tell you one thing? We're in the States. I was in the States with Vic Rayner and Katie Thorne, and we saw them implementing butler robots in restaurants. Butler robots. And they said what we did was we had a whole process change management piece about it, how that was changing, how the whole catering section worked. Not just people, robots picking up plates to take them back to the kitchen. No, this was people empowering themselves to take more control over their own nutrition as well.
Those robots. There's a teenage boy in me that just wants to trip it up or run in front of it and make stuff fall off. I cannot, just overwhelmed with an urge to just mess about with it when it's driving around. I'm like, I'm going to do something.
When the devil on your shoulder wins and you start doing that, ring me, I'm with you.
I'm with you.
Totally
with you.
We want that bit of mischief. We want mischief in care in technology.
I was at an event and there was one driving around with gin on it, and I just kept walking in front of it, seeing if the gin would fall over. This is not very grown up. No, it didn't. No, it was very good.
The inner York. I think we should. You know what we need to do? Provided we're talking to, we need to say, could you awaken the inner York inside you?
The inner York?
The inner York, yeah. That mischievous little young lad that wants to actually do things to see if does this work? And then test us.
Yeah.
So let's do it. Revive the inner York in you.
But the inner York, as a young boy, is also up for breaking things. They're up for trial and error.
Yes. We like it. We've got
Social
it.
care
Nice.
doesn't like trial and error.
Let's go.
Brilliant.
Well, thank you very much for coming, chaps. It's
Thank
lovely
you.
to see you.
That's
And
been great fun.
we are.
Thank you very much, Sean. Say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are going to go to a short break now, and we'll be back with you soon. Awesome. Well done.
Well done.
That was good.
That was good fun.
Energising.
Damn week.
Damn week.
Damn week.
I always just worry about whether I got nuts in my teeth when we go live. We're live. Sorry. Welcome, hello, and welcome back to the speaker Meet the Speakers Lounge. I did that bit myself and then still messed it up, but here we go. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. So I am brilliant. Thank you very much. A bit crazy after a day of just interviewing a billion people, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yep, so my name's Mark and I work in social care. I've worked in social care since I was 17. My 9 till 5 is as a reablement regional manager, but my other 9 till 5 is the founder of the Caring View, so an online social care platform, free to access for everyone.
Perfect. So do you want to tell us a bit about what you've been speaking about today?
Yeah, so today's been full on. It's been busy, but it's been good busy. So we've spoken about artificial intelligence in care, which was a really interesting conversation. We've spoken about the new CQC changes and how that's going to affect providers and what they can do, getting them ready. And then we had a question time, which was something new that we've not really done before, but around sex in care, around what social care strikes would look like, and again, really interactive with the audience, which is something I always really like to do.
Lovely. And what were the sort of key themes and topics that came up?
I think around how you can embed positive culture within your organisations. Definitely a key message is about bringing your team on board, not just doing it to them, but doing it with them. I think the key messages of the CQC is don't go out and spend your money on a consultant that's going to give you an hour's training on the new regulations, because actually nobody really knows what that looks like. The CQC haven't even confirmed what that looks like yet. So.
Yeah. So when are the new regulations coming out then? Are they?
Well, they're meant to be this month, but they've been pushed back till November. So,
okay.
But they're still releasing details at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, from what I understand, they're quite broad in their fashion. That the idea is supposed to put more choice in the providers' hands. Is that right? Is that how? Or do you not know either?
No. So they are. They're going to utilise data. So obviously, a lot of us are digital, and the way forward is digital. So they're not going to just talk to care providers. They're going to use data from GPs, from district nurses, and they're going to incorporate all of that data into making that final outcome. So it might be that they don't actually inspect a provider. They can just use the data from all the other resources they've got to change your rating.
Do you want to tell us a bit about the Caring View then, and what you guys do, you and Adam do to kind of help the care community?
Or what we don't do. We try and do everything we can. So it is free to access. Everything we do, we're very passionate about. We know that registered managers are time poor, that there's so many people out there charging for things, and actually a lot of it can be free. So we have a live stream every Tuesday on YouTube, LinkedIn and Facebook, talking about a topic within social care. We have an exclusive podcast, so the current series is around the DSPT and how to complete that. We've had how to complete the PIR in the past. And then we have a whole suite on our website of free resources. So one that we're currently working on that will be released very soon is around sustainability. A lot of the guides and the information out there is if you're a CEO or you're kind of at a director level, and around like solar panels and all these really big projects, but actually as a registered manager there's nothing you can tangibly do with your staff, and actually the guide will be checking bedrooms to make sure there's got thermostats, checking the window seals, all small things that aren't going to cost you loads of money but actually could really help the energy bills and what you're doing.
Yeah, it's a big issue in the sector at the moment, isn't it? So I was talking to a provider earlier who said that his bill for one home was £250,000. Yeah, and it's significant burden on the sector still, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So everything we do is aimed at our registered manager or the provider. We just try and break it down, have that honest conversation. There's like no strings attached conversation, a bit like we're having right now, which is what I prefer to do. So.
Lovely. So have you got like a little tip that someone watching this can take away to implement into their home, into their anything, just really anything that might help someone live a better life as in the care sector?
I think for me, work-life balance. I was trying to think quickly who's going to be watching this, whether it be a registered manager or a provider or a company, and I think work-life balance affects us all. I've not met anybody that's got the perfect work-life balance, and I think actually if you're watching this right now, actually look in your diary for this week and just diarise some time, half hour, an hour every day where you've just got time for you, just to do something you enjoy, whether that's during the day, whether that's after work, but yeah.
I was speaking to a lady earlier who said the idea of being responsibly selfish. So actually like building in time for slowing down, a bit of self-care, whatever it is that you need. I often think, like, especially with meetings, people don't leave space around meetings. So they'll be like, I've got meetings all day. Like, you should have 15, 20 minutes. And if you don't work in an organisation where you can't push back and say, this is not working, there's too many meetings, then I think you think about, whether you can invoke change in that organisation to make things happen.
I think with our own calendar, we're in control of our own calendars. So actually, like you just said, about 10, 15 minutes, pop that in. People won't book it because there's something then in the diary.
Yeah.
But then you've got to be strong enough to say, actually, you can't book that, overbook that, because that's important to me.
Yeah.
And I miss the days of being able to drive to a meeting and then you leave and you've got time to process everything. But we're all back to back to back. So
that's where I used to do a lot of travelling with work, and I think my relaxation was listening to some cheesy tunes in the car and having a good sing along, and that really helped me process whatever emotion I was feeling at the time, or related to that. So having a good sing, and it just sort of helped me. And then as we went sort of online, I had the opportunity to do that much less. So now when I do get an opportunity to drive on my own in the car, I've got those tunes up as loud as possible, really having a good sing along. Like, don't give me any new music, I need stuff I know the words to. So I think whatever works for you, I suppose, is the thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's not one size fits all, and I think I've written guides. There's loads of guides out there, and I think it's all do this or try, but it's not. It is very much what works for you.
Because like some people say, read. That doesn't work for me. I find it frustrating, if anything. Yeah. So what works for you? What's your go-to de-stress?
I do enjoy a walk. I think with all the health things that I've got going on, just being outside and just walking the dog and not having a care in the world, just kind of taking it away. But equally, work. And I know it sounds ironic when you're talking about work-life balance, but if I sit on the sofa and I do nothing, I just fall asleep.
Yeah.
So actually, being able to do something productive, constructive, and it doesn't have to be for my 9 till 5 job. It could be, creating a resource or putting a post on social media that's going to help, inspire somebody or signpost somebody to something. So
yeah, I sometimes find that in the evening I might find myself researching something, or doing those bits that you wouldn't traditionally have time to do in a working day, but you're engaged with. So my coffee shop, and we've got lots of different products. And I the other day was researching citric acid. Maybe I'm really boring, I don't know. I quite enjoyed it, looking up, finding the prices of the different citric acid to sell in my shop. So yeah, whatever floats your boat, I suppose. Citric acid apparently, and singing. But lovely. Well, thanks for coming to see us today.
Thank you very much for having
me. Enjoy the lovely rest of your day.
Enjoy it. Thank you very much.
So I think we're just going to go to a short break now. Awesome. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We are here with the legend that is Scott. Do you want to introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you do?
Yes, my name's Scott Sheridan. I'm Chief Executive of Purple Tribe. We're a recruitment process outsourcing specialist, and we help owners, directors, registered managers overcome their permanent staffing problems through better recruitment.
So we were having a conversation earlier about the silver bullet that is overseas recruitment. And you work in the recruitment space. What are your views on overseas recruitment?
I think the interesting thing about international recruitment is it's become a necessity because Brexit is now really being felt. I think we're now feeling the pinch of closing the door on best part of 400 million workers that could come and go as they please. And what seems to be the case is what used to be our European neighbours are not our work neighbours anymore, and places like Nepal, Zimbabwe, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Nigeria tend to be like the new places to source candidates. As for the silver bullet effect, I think we're quite fortunate because we act as the client's in-house recruitment team. So we're not an agency, we don't fill temp stuff, we fill their permanent positions. And I suppose, as you'd probably expect, being a professional recruitment services company, we're quite fortunate. We're good at domestic recruitment, finding people that are already here, that we can meet face to face without sponsorship, without Teams interviews in foreign countries. So none of our clients actually have needed international recruitment, which is a positive. But I do understand why there are so many companies having to turn to international recruitment as a way of filling those positions that they probably couldn't fill back then. What is positive is if I look at some fantastic companies. We've worked with Camille at Abbott's Care, outstanding care provider in Hertfordshire, who I would say do international recruitment exceptionally well, because the first month when they bring people in, it's all about cultural integration, how to settle in community, everything from how to set up a bank, use a petrol pump. They're really on it, and they have great results with that. The worrying flip side of international recruitment, I've just spoke to a guy today who's a care worker, originally from India, telling me that there are people over there being charged £10,000 to £20,000 for someone to get them a job in England in care, which is modern day slavery at its best, And I think, unfortunately, there'll be great companies like Abbott's Care that do that thing really well, but I think I give it 12 months and I can see this being the next Panorama scandal because of the press that's going to come on how people are conducting the unethical side of recruitment, that people are profiteering from care workers. There should be no need to do that. So I think those are the things where, like most things, you will hear all about the bad things, not the good.
I guess it's like anything really with an organisation. If you aren't a good company, if you're not already good at recruitment and retention, recruiting from overseas, it's not going to change anything, right? It's not going to. You're still going to be a bad company at recruiting, right?
And I would agree with that. I think one of the interesting things about what you're saying there is that if you were most care providers, especially because we're dominated by the SME sector, they don't have in-house recruitment expertise. You'll have registered managers that are overworked, overstressed, or multiple things to manage, trying to manage recruitment, and they were already struggling to get the recruitment right when they could meet somebody face-to-face in their offices, conduct a 45, 60-minute interview, do any sort of Neil Eastwood's sticky people, values-based question. They could do all that, and they weren't getting recruitment right then. Now, there seems to be a shift towards, because I sponsor a person for 3 to 5 years, and I've done a Teams interview, it'll all work out fine. And the problem, I think, some care providers, and we're seeing glimpses of it now, if people don't work out and you've paid Home Office £3,000, £4,000, £5,000 in sponsorship fees, maybe a recruiter a couple of £1,000, you've £6,000 in, you've had to provide accommodation, and that care worker that you've never met before steps off a plane from whichever country, if their ability to deliver care is substandard, very hard to suddenly send that person back or reject that person, because you're already £6,000 in on that investment. So then you've got a problem of, are people going to be providing substandard quality care because they can't afford to just keep stopping and changing? You know, and if you're recruiting domestically, I interview you, we like you, we get on. If it doesn't work out, we can part companies. But I haven't had to have all that cost to get in there. But again, I think, you know, it's about quality processes and procedures, you know, and I think that's where people do struggle. Is getting that process right and having an ethical supply chain where, you know, if you are getting people from the right place, the right country, they've got the right qualifications, then that can work fantastically well. And we have to do it because we don't have enough workers in the UK to cover all jobs. You know, we already know the cost of living crisis, fuel, energy, everything is more expensive these days. So trying to attract people into care has always been difficult, but now I think it's even more pressing. But it's not all doom and gloom. But I think people just got to get that process right.
I think it is that, you know, the idea that it is a silver bullet, and actually it's not quite, but it can be great if used in the right way. And you're a good company who has good processes and systems. So
and like you say, if you can get it right, I think most people would accept that it should be something that supplements your domestic recruitment as a top up. You know, some of the best companies probably have 10-15% of their workforce from overseas, not 100% or 50%, because that's where you're probably wide open there. I think that's probably the biggest things I would take away from it.
So have you got like a nice little hint, tip, piece of advice for people that are watching this that they can implement straight away?
Yeah, well, I would probably say that the most common thing that we get asked when we go out, if we're doing a recruitment health check and audit, is most people at senior management level tend to believe that the care sector can't attract enough people locally, they're not paying enough, the care sector's got a bad image. I would say the data bucks that trend and is not true. What most people tend to fail on is how they manage their recruitment process. But again, that goes back to having office administrators, registered managers doing what is a professional job in a recruitment consultant, you know. So really, the tip I would be saying to people, if you want to get your recruitment right, it's having a structured process that follows, you know, best practice approach to recruitment. Yes, you've got to look at values-based recruitment, but you've then got speed of response, how you manage that process, not sort of going through that same old generic questions-based interviewing technique, you know, and take each candidate come. But I would be saying the best thing you do is always focus on the actual recruitment processes and, you know, your interview process, make sure that's airtight, so you make sure you make it the right hire, you get the right people, the right values for your business would be my number one tip.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time today.
You're welcome.
Cheers.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
As always, cheers.
We are just going to go off to a quick break now.
welcome back. It is now the end of the Care Show. It is about 10 to 5. It's been a really exciting day. We've managed to speak to loads of people. Somebody has just come and brought me a Prosecco. But yeah, we'll head back to the studio and we'll see how everyone else has got on. So if you just follow me, Sakara. It has been a good day. We've managed to get a few freebies. We can show you them again tomorrow, and we got some good food bits. Here is the studio. Is that York having a nap? I don't know. A lady just came and brought it to me. So I'll just pop that there for a moment. So York, how has your day been?
My day has been full of lots and lots of very interesting conversations, which has been brilliant. So how about you?
Yeah, our day's been good. Again, had really good conversations, got some good freebies, won a few things. It's been a really good day, actually. Oh, Jerry the Wolf. I'm really happy about that. I can't believe I actually won that. Who was your favourite interviewee?
Oh, that's I probably shouldn't say, should I? Yeah, I shouldn't say. I can tell you who my worst... No, it's fine.
Maybe what was your favourite topic?
Oh, do you know what? Loads of people today have been talking about, like, mental health.
Yeah.
And, like, this lady said about responsible... I'm going to forget what it was now. But basically, like, taking a break... Irresponsible break. Oh no, I can't remember what it was. I cannot remember. It was so good. It's gone from my mind. I think I've mentioned it about 6 times to different people. But lots of people just talking about kind of making sure you're self-caring properly and checking in and being okay. And there was like talk about kind of like managing grief and things like that. So a lot of it seems to be like quite high on the agenda for a lot of people.
That's quite nice though. I think it's definitely something that we should be talking about more, which that is good.
I think we do in our company.
Yeah, I think we do the number thing. On a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 10, how are you today?
Probably about a 7. So had a good night's sleep last night. It's good, yeah.
That's good.
Now, how about you?
Scale of 1 to 10. Again, I'm pretty good. I'd go 7.5 even, maybe.
7.5. I mean,
I'm getting a bit of a blister on my foot, but
you know that's like a war wound from your action for the day.
I know. I feel like I've done a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of walking. I can't wait to see what my steps are.
Now also have a fan club.
I know. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Do you want to say hi to the fan club? I don't know.
Hello.
There's your camera over
Hello.
here. Is this one here? Let's just say.
Hello. I will sign autographs later.
How about, would you like to say hello to Melissa specifically?
Hello, Melissa, my #1 fan. Thank you so much for tuning in. Loving the support. Thank you so much.
Well done. I think we're just about ready to wrap up.
Should we head off?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I think we should have a little thank you very much. Are we we're just going to go down here, are we?
Let's go casually down.
Should we just skip along?
Let's go.
All right then. Goodbye. I think we're done. Oh, okay.